Everybody, hello trade spotters. Welcome back to this stock update show, this technical analysis learning experience. Today we're going to dive into the exciting and intense market movements that we anticipate because recently Roaring Kitty has disclosed a significant holding of 9 gazillion shares in CHWY, the pet trade-in store. This matches the value of his well-known GameStop position, and it has stirred a mix of excitement and anxiety. There is extreme trepidation and lots of scaredy cats in the markets today. And while it is natural to feel some apprehension or some FOMO, remember that volatility presents opportunity. So we're going to explore what this means for CHWY, what the impact is so far on GameStop, and then exciting news. Exciting. We're going to check in with LivePerson because this is the start of something big now. We've reached the end of the first stage. Because nobody's figured it out, the timeline for everything that's going to happen in LivePerson is in the memes. The logic and the reason for why it is that way is on the paid side of Discord. So we're going to navigate these turbulent waters together. Weather the storm. Stay tuned. I'm going to break it down, all the developments, what it means for price, and provide those extra special trade spotting insights to help you make informed trading decisions. So let's get started. Keep the energy up. Have a great time. Thank you for the 28 likes. What a day. What a day we're about to have, folks. CHWY up 4.64%, but if you go to after hours, see that it touched 35 spot 30 something. 28 spot 37, the low of the day. Hey, drag this one up to the top, though it's behind the chat box, so you guys can't see it anyway, you big blind idiots. LivePerson up 2.67%. Ooh, look at that. It's right on that horizontal. Like a little bit of that, so we do. GameStop. Oof. 23.63. 67 was the high, something around there. There it is. Now it's down 7% plus at 23.02. Oh my goodness gracious. So a great day coming up in the markets if you're interested in volatility. There's what it looks like with the gap. Ooh, brutal. Right down to that important horizontal level already. If it breaks below 22.54, you might drift back up a little bit, but at that stage you'd be looking for a breakdown in GameStop to continue, likely taking it further down, possibly as low as 16 or 10 bucks. 16 or 10 bucks. CHWY, with this huge gap, filling a previous gap, an island in price now coming down. You want to find support at 28.12. If not, it'll close it at 27.3. So what you're looking for. Put it onto the 15-minute time frame. It's an uptrend. Rocky Outcrop and Trade Spotting. On Rocky Outcrop's live show, he called the entry on CHWY at 15 bucks. Myself, I talked about it with Lucas in the chat box, a world-class trader. We deciphered this as a good entry point in around $14 and change. The low, the move, everything. Captured all of it. Absolutely everything. If it does push up, you're looking for it to test 51. Bit of no man's land at the minute. You'd have to use those gaps to manage your risk. At the minute, holding the same percentage move. We've seen GameStop go down, we've seen CHWY go up, but GameStop hasn't quite finished yet. Whoa, brutal. The signature you're seeing on the RSI, very bad. That's very, very poor. So you're going to have to do better RSI, or it'll flick down and oversold again. Really bad for price action. That low of the day currently at 22.72. 22.54. That's critical area. Absolutely critical for GameStop. Oh my goodness. Luxbeard, good to see you, sir. Hello, Colin Murphy. Hello, Dashi C. Sorted. Ravioli. Good to see you, Ravioli. We love a little bit of ravioli on the live stream. What in tarnation, says Scott Paulin. What in gosh darn tarnation? Why is my LPSN more stable than GameStop? A lot to be said for the old LPSN. Good morning, everybody. Just catching up with the chat box so I can mark down who's here and who's tardy. So let me know your thoughts then. I imagine there's an awful lot of anxiety out there for the odd folks trading the odd tax stocks there. So the social media tax, everybody's paying the social media tax for following along with other people's trading positions, not using their own brains or risk management, those people. If you're new to trading, I have a great deal of sympathy for you. I was once new to trading. Oh, many, many moons ago, I was once new to trading. So tell me, are you anxious? And be honest. 58 likes. Wow. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the likes. So this is a serious technical analysis show. We focus on ways to help people make money. As such, I have this little story for you, which will hopefully prompt some serious introspection for those people yet to pick up a pen and do their own technical analysis drawings. Once upon a time, in the magical land of Fruitville, were two friends, Berry the bunny and Apple the ant. Berry was always chasing after the latest trends, while Apple preferred to study and understand things before making decisions. On one sunny day, Berry heard that Mango the monkey was finding loads of juicy berries in the faraway jungle of riches. Excited by this news, Berry dashed off to the jungle without a second thought, hoping to collect the same bounty. Apple, on the other hand, decided to carefully map out the jungle and study where the berries were most likely to sprout. When Berry arrived in that jungle of riches, she was overwhelmed by dense trees and thick vines. She wandered aimlessly, following other animals who seemed to know where they were going, but alas, she only found a few shriveled berries and then got caught in a bush of thorns and died. A horrible, torturous, slow death that took 2 weeks, and she starved to death. She tried to thrash her way out, but only got more and more caught up in those thorny bushes. Meanwhile, Apple, with their detailed map and understanding of the topology of the forest, the deep, dark corners of the jungle, and really knowing where those berries would grow, navigated straight to the luscious bushes and filled their basket with ripe, delicious berries. Then Apple returned home with more than enough to share and knocked on the door of Berry, but there was no answer because, of course, Berry was currently dying in a bush of thorns. Barry would have loved to have known how Apple did it. Apple, thinking to himself about all the great help he was going to give Barry, all the berries of his own he was going to share with Barry, and a great time they were going to have at their Barry dinner parties, was thinking to himself, well, it's fun to follow others, it's better to do your own research, and by understanding the jungle, they knew exactly where to go and what to avoid. Barry, we would love to say, learned an important lesson. But no, Barry, alas, Barry died. It did rain in Barry's mouth every so often, so they survived long enough to die of hunger. A crippling, slow death. So no lesson learned for Barry, none at all. And Apple had new friends. Friends who also did their own research, who knew where to go in the jungle, and specialized in certain fruits. So they had a wild bounty together. Wild bounty, they reaped the harvest year after year and lived forever. Whereas Barry died a painful, slow death of starvation, cursing themselves, cursing out that online influencer they'd followed, and yet previously they had put so much faith in them. And every time she'd scream, she'd get more thorns inside her. And she never got to enjoy even one ripe berry. So what do you think of this story? Pretty good, huh? Do you like my story? eToro won't let me buy GameStop. What are you doing on eToro? What are you doing on eToro? Oh, look at Barry as well. Oh, Barry, you're down 2.4%. You're stupid, Barry. You're stupid, Barry. Why are you so stupid, Barry? That's what I always think to myself when I hear that story. It's a very, very famous story. Edinburgh Festival soon. I'll hear it when I walk up and down the Royal Mile. There'll be countless thousands of people telling it to large groups of traders. Berry traders. Hey? Bitcoin broke up. Come back, test this important horizontal, sir. This is important horizontal. Tested it once. Tested it twice. Broke out this previous formation. To the downside. It only did the measured move. Came back. You had extreme bullish divergence. Retesting that level on the RSI, bounced back up into the previous formation, did the measured move from that page. Alright. So up here is a trade setup for low risk, because if GameStop, wait a minute, it's not GameStop, it's Bitcoin. If Bitcoin does make it back above 67.5, then it will nearly definitely go to 72. Nearly go to 72. Loads and loads of money on the table there. Interesting, this managing to push back above an intermediate point of resistance. This is the Bitcoin dominance chart. If you see you get to 55, well, that'd be very, very good, wouldn't it, for Bitcoin? If the whole crypto market is pushing up, probably good for alts. If the Bitcoin's dominance chart is dropping while the alts and Bitcoin drop, that would be bad news for some people. They'd be very, very scared. Very, very upset. You got this retest potentially coming in at around 53 though. Looking left, you can see it hasn't really managed to exceed these previous highs by desperate amounts. At this stage, you'd be beyond an 886. You might be talking about lower lows and then catching up with this trend line, you know. Yo. 55 spot 11 for flash on dominance there. So if you're looking for Bitcoin to move up and the Bitcoin dominance to increase, then that's not too bad. If you're looking for Bitcoin dominance to move up while Bitcoin itself drops, ooh, that'd be like bad for you. Be bad. But you don't want to hear about it. You want to hear about GameStop because you're really anxious. You're really upset and anxious. Nobody in the chat box seemed anxious there. You all seemed quite happy. You all seemed pretty happy. You lucky, lucky things. Look at that. Turn that off. Not allowed that. I'm not allowed that. You'll feel good about stuff. You'll feel happy. CHWY, your story was misinterpreted and now we're all buying berry. Oh my god! Oh my god, guys. Oh my god. Okay, what Crazy Cat says, why isn't my crypto with no liquidity pumping? I don't know, eh? Why not, eh? Out here buying it all every day, yet it doesn't go up. What the fuck is wrong with it, eh? Eh? Orongo bonk. Barry died in that story. Apple was the smart one. News headlines are wacky. Let's see what TradingView's got in terms of the news headlines, guys. Here we go. 3 minutes ago. What? Stealing my thunder there. The headline, GameStop stock drops after CEO posts on X. Oh my god, he didn't post on X, did he? Does he not understand? You're not allowed to post on X, Ryan Cohen. Of course that was going to be terrible news. Of course it was. So I have a poll on Twitter, which is slightly antagonistic. Do you want to see it? It's very funny. We'll look at Ryan Cohen's tweet and then we'll look at my poll on X. X. Ryan Cohen. Oh my god, that's 9 letters long. Turn 9 upside down at 6. Does that mean Ryan Cohen is the devil? What have you done, Ryan? Oh my god, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did you see this? Guys, did you see this? This is shocking. This is absolutely shocking from Ryan. Sometimes I don't know. Like, why? Why would anyone do this? So I have to move that across so you can't see that I don't read my messages on Twitter. So there's proof it is the devil himself. He's looking for strong mobile app developers in Dallas. In Dallas, must be hands-on, intense work ethic, previous experience building world-class mobile apps on iOS and Android. No college degree necessary. No college degree necessary, huh? Which is shocking. I mean, that's shocking. How could he do that? How could he tweet like that? Of course that's going to drive the price down. I'm not exactly sure how this article's sticking those two things together, but then neither is it, because it doesn't load. Instead, let's look at this one. What's going on with GameStop on Monday? Shares are trading lower on Monday. There appears to be battling selling pressure as trader Keith Gill faces a manipulation lawsuit. Yes, that's the big news as well. The big news. Somebody in a class action lawsuit suing Roaring Kitty for his tweets. You know, this Twitter is so dangerous. It's like it used to be that the derivatives market was a weapon of mice, a weapon of mice. That's it. Yeah, and these mice, you know, they're a very violent kind of animal. So we don't want to give them these special technologies, or that will be the end of humans. No, it used to be the derivatives market was said to be a weapon of mass financial destruction, but now it's Twitter, and you look for a mobile app developer. Whoa, that's going to absolutely wreck your company. What happened? Like, let's see how accurate this is. Gil, also known as Roaring Kitty, is behind much of the recent volatility in GameStop and other retail darlings. Oh, don't tell the elitists. Gil's often credited with starting the meme stock madness of 2021. 2020. Started in 2020. This saw GameStop multiple heavily shorted stocks squeeze higher as retail traders piled into the names. So I suppose if retail traders are piling into these names, then it's not really Roaring Kitty behind the volatility, right? Unless you're to say that Roaring Kitty's tweets caused retail to do it, in which case retail would be one huge autonomous drone with no mind of themselves, trapped in those thorny bushes, dying an incredibly agonizing death. A new court document filed on June 28th reportedly accused Gil of manipulating GameStop's price via social media. The lawsuit alleges that Gil loaded up on call options before making posts that sparked renewed interest in GameStop. The news comes as the US Security Exchange Commission had been looking into recent option tradings in GameStop. So not also something about the Eastern District of New York also suing him. Let me know in the chat box. Am I mistaken there? The filing included a section asking the person to... Wait a minute. I've missed a paragraph. GameStop shares also experiencing weakness after Guild disclosed a 6.6... Oh my god, 6.6. Oh my god, he's also the devil. Stake in the pet trade-in store CHWY. I'm thinking about taking Steven Seagal down. I reckon I could get, if I get enough of Steven and his mates, I could swap it for Nessie. And then if I get Nessie, I reckon, and I bring Nessie on the show, I'd get some serious viewership on YouTube. So I'm thinking, planning for maybe the middle of next week. The filing confirmed his stake came just days after the meme stock trader posted an image of a dog on X, which sparked speculation he may be interested in CHWY. Filing included a section asking the person to check a box designating whether or not they are a cat. He owns now more than 9 million shares worth about $245 million based on Friday's close. GameStop supporters. Hey, GameStop supporters. Hey. That's a nice way of putting it, eh? That'll make you feel better about losing all your money. GameStop supporters appear to be worried that Gil may shift his focus to CHWY. Well, that was a fucking shit article. Why is CHWY up 12% today? Says that person. It's not up 12% today. It's down. It's down. Now it's flat. Look, how am I supposed to slag off traders for being delusional if your news articles are wrong? They're straight up fucking wrong. We're only minutes into the day and you're totally wrong. Articles are stupid. You want to stick to stories, news companies. That's the same as saying Eminem creates violence. Well, I mean, in principle, yeah. In principle. Or like, you know, Hillary Clinton had a bee in her bonnet about Grand Theft Auto. And she wanted to stop everybody playing Grand Theft Auto because it was apparently turning kids into violent criminals. I don't really recognise that trend, to be honest with you. I don't recognise that trend. We had a thing here in Scotland called the Ice Cream Wars. And it was really, really GTA sort of. But it was real life. Also, it happened in the 80s, long before there was that brilliant computer game invented here in Edinburgh. Or just outside it, in Dundee. It's a class action, which means it's people versus DFV, not the guy who filed it. Anyone can file a class action complaint. Yeah, it's the guy who filed it against DFV, but other people can join his class action lawsuit. So he's also up in Roaring Kitty's face. Try to shake him out of his position. Give me back my money for being a shit trader. Everyone who joins that lawsuit is a chancer. A total chancer. I'm not speaking to the validity of it. You know, my opinion isn't worth shit in that regard. Though my opinion is that anyone who's joining it is a complete chancer. And you should learn to trade and stop being a massive tool. But hey, some people can't trade very good. They can't trade good, you know, and they've got no hope for themselves. So the only way they can get any of their losses back is by suing the dude. It's a class action, but how many people are involved in it? Says Observe Yourself. Well, I was reading Bazinga and they tell me that there's 27 trillion people involved. 27 trillion, Bazinga say. 27 trillion people in it. So that's what Bazinga believes, I think, allegedly. I've been seeing some strange... Congratulations, Wolfie J. That sounds... Over the weekend? Wolfie J had a great weekend. We all know Jamie has a Discord with Ryan Cohen and Roaring Kitty in it. No, they're called other names there. They're called other names, like what are they called? It's the Massachusetts Mongoose. What is it? It's Mongoose, isn't it? It's the Massachusetts Mongoose. And Ryan Cohen is the wait there, I'll just check what he's called. Hold on. Hit the like button. Hold on. Yeah, Massachusetts Mongoose and search on Discord. It's the Wall Street Wombat. He's the Wall Street Wombat. So the Wall Street Wombat and the Massachusetts Mongoose have teamed up to confuddle, befuddle, and steal all your money. So if you're looking to sue them, that's who you want to be suing. Massachusetts Mongoose and the Wall Street Wombat. Ryan Cohen, we've come to know him very, very intimately there on the Discord to the Wall Street Wombat, and we know him for his determination and ability to dig deep. And it mirrors his strategic approach to the stock market. It's not flashy on there, but his actions do create lasting impacts, burrowing through those challenges in the stocks and uncovering opportunities that others would overlook. The Wall Street Wombat, a real hero there. So while Roaring Kitty's darting around with agility. The Wombat is digging in with a steadfast purpose. Both of them share excellent stock tips and trade setups that we ignore because we do our own due diligence and research and make our own trading decisions. And I think it's that level of completely ignoring them and their boastful stock tips. That's what they appreciate most about being on the Discord. So keep it up. Keep it up, everybody. So CHWY is currently going through a hole in the ground which it created for itself. It's creating its little hole in the ground. Let's go to the daily time frame. Put that in context. Today being Monday, Friday being this day. It's interesting, you know, it's an interesting buy, what with this huge rejection wick here. This huge rejection wick. It looks sort of like this here. And then underneath it, it says, do no harm. And the way you do yourself no harm is by not buying immediately after a massive piss off rejection wick like that. That's how you do yourself no harm. You just don't buy that shit after that crazy rejection wick. You could be Ryan Cohen, you could be that Wall Street Wombat. You know. I think I'll go with the undo button is the better way to do this. You're that Wall Street Wombat, that Massachusetts mongoose. And or you know, you could be the second coming of Jesus himself. Like, you don't want to be buying after a massive piss off rejection wick, right? You want to instead, right? You want to follow Rocky Outcrop, trade spot in, get on there, and look at these entries, $15, $14 and change. That's where you want to be taking this thing up. I suggested it would get to potentially 27, but the risk profile changed at 22. 23.50. Rocky said you could take it to 37, after which I had a conversation with Rocky saying, Rocky, come on, Rocky. I'm crazy, Rocky. I'm crazy. Rocky said, no, we'll see what happens. And he was right. And because I remembered it, and because the conversation was so distinct, it was easy for me to then pull it back up on Discord and share it with people and show them on the Trader Talk chat channel there, so you can check it out too and confirm the veracity of that information. Though that's not what you want to know. You want to know where it's going. Well, it's currently going into a hole in the ground. A hole in the ground, that's where it's going. We call that hole the top side of a gap at 19.33. Rocky Outcrop Flash, keeping people safe despite the fact that there's plenty of reasons to poo your pants. You know, we could have a pee your pants party, right? We had one of them before, pee your pants party. Shall we have another one? So brutal, absolutely brutal. Closed the gap, went below the gap. Now, very rarely do you get such an extremely regimented downtrend on a 1 minute time frame like this. And you know how nature doesn't make straight lines? Well, nor do human beings trade in the stock market. Algorithms, though. Algorithms. That guy, you know, he made that documentary about the climate. And, you know, apparently he won the US election, but who's counting? Like, literally, who's actually counting? Anyway, you know, algorithms. Algorithms, a lot to be said for them. A lot to be said about them. So we're excited to see how that continues. GameStop, it's recovering. It's recovering. Not. It needs to get back up into this dude. which it could very well do. You know, it could very well do because this is a strong support level here. So, you know, could do something like that. Ooh, that went a little bit left. It can't go left like that at the end. It can't do that because humans don't make stock charts go left. They don't make them go left. The only people that can do that are the New York Stock Exchange, the ICE, Intercontinental. They can do it. They can just cancel shit and make it go left. They've done it a few times recently, in fact. Did you notice? Did ya? So that's GameStop's potential recovery. I mean, its breakdown's quite obvious that it's at resistance right here. Its breakdown, you could take it all the way down. Whoop, there it is. Whoop. Into these sorts of areas is what could happen. Very much so. If it keeps happening. Opening range coming to a close. Stocks don't trend from the opening bell. They don't trend during the opening range. It's only afterwards you can make an assessment. So GameStop down 5.55%. CHWY down 4.30%. Brutal, absolutely brutal. LPSN, what are you doing? 0.5%. So that's not a big exciting move at all. It's hardly moved at all. Poking its head above the parapet. Oh, parakeet. Mind you, is there a US state beginning with P? Philadelphia, but that doesn't sound good. The Philadelphia parakeet. Philadelphia parrot. None of that sounds good. It sounds stupid, actually. What would the Philadelphia one be? What animal starts with a PH? All the important questions. It's Monday, so all the important questions. This thing's at a support level. CHWY! You really need to start doing something other than going to the center of the earth, CHWY. Ah, look, you've got bullish divergence. Oh, phew! So you expect to see this test back towards the center line now. Let's take this guy out. Now, if this is going to continue, it has to, continue. Just rewind. If this is going to break down, then it could very, very easily come back to this level and then break down. GameStop. It's already at a resistance. We've drawn that out quite well. So that's covered. SPY? Oh no, poor SPY. Oh no, dearie me. Okay, 10 points if you can tell me why this is not a valid Head and Shoulders. 10 points. What shall I keep the chart on? Both trades button. Keep it on both GameStop and CHWY. Oh, I love live person though. Oh, I do. I do love some live person. I really do. Actually, wait there. Oh, look, you're saved. My phone is dead. You've been saved. I was going to go and buy some. But you'll have to wait a few minutes. You'll have to wait a few minutes. And then I'll go and buy some. In the meantime, we've got GameStop on the left. And we'll have CHWY on the right. And we'll see which one can burrow deeper. Wow, that's brutal continuation from Mr. CHWY there. Why is my drawings not back? I just did drawings. I just actually literally did drawings. This is, am I gonna have to do them again? Ah! very, very, very far away. Very, very far away from where it actually ought to be. Oh, wait a minute, get back on your... Oh, look, it was there. How did that happen? That's confusing. I'm confused. So GameStop's doing that. It needs to bounce now and do that to not be awful. And this is still awful. Oof. So the speculation is, did he sell his GameStop position? This is the Massachusetts mongoose we're talking about here. He's not a cat, so it's much more likely he is a mongoose, because he said he's not a cat. He even said it on a filing with the SEC, so it's pretty official now. I mean, that's an official document. Right? Federal agencies are going to be looking over that document. And if he was a cat, well, that would be fraud, wouldn't it? It would be straight up obvious fraud. Can you imagine the lawsuits? So, at this point, we can say that he's definitively not a cat. And so, that theory, that due diligence that we did, that's gaining credibility as the minutes fly by. So here we have it. Here we have it. The hole it's burying itself in. Have you read the book Schopenhauer's Telescope? It's a great book. It's a great, great book. With a great, great twist. On the other hand, everyone's favourite stock, everyone, in particular GME elitists, who can't get enough of this thing, AMC, that's consolidation, it's holding up at support, it's caught the moving average. It's not just any moving average too, it's the 50 simple on the 1 minute time frame, which is perhaps the most important moving average in the history of Earth. So that's, I think I've roundly pissed off everybody now, even those people who like me. So if that's you, hello everybody. We're at 13 and change on VIX. You said you would be. We said you would be. You know what you can do to make money, right? You can trade VIX options. You can trade VIX options by managing your risk. If you're not managing your risk and you've got a cost to the trade that you're prepared to accept, and that'll be okay if that happens, then you can trade VIX, right? You can trade VIX on options. And you can make shitloads of money. Shitloads of money. You don't even have to be that good, really. Because you'll get so much money when you're right that it'll pay for all the times that you're wrong, and you'll be able to cover shitloads of shitty trades. If you manage your risk. If you don't manage your risk, you're screwed, right? You're screwed, right? Work hard, trust few, always paddle your own canoe. If you're not paddling your own canoe, and you're not working hard, and you're following other people's trades, then you can't trade options on VIX. That would be a stupid idea. You'd lose loads of money. You'd lose so much money, you'd probably go bankrupt. You might ruin your life, and everyone else in your family, you might ruin their lives. You know, can you imagine how upset your mum would be? She'd be devastated. How did you lose that money? I was trading options on VIX without any risk management. You know, she'd be really angry at you, and at the same time, she'd be just incredibly disappointed with you. And she'd probably not cry in front of you, but then when you left, she would cry a lot. You know, she would cry a lot, and she'd be extremely upset. So if you want to make your mum cry, don't use risk management. Like, you just don't use risk management. You can get you can do that, and your mum will be really, really sad. I don't need to flip to GameStop. I've got it up on the left-hand side. Lipson's coming back. Is my phone charged yet? No, it isn't. It's not charged yet. It is plugged in. Charge already. What the hell is this, Apple? Oh. Ooh. Any flat for the day? Anyway, you want to be look at CHWY. The CHWY recovery. Where's my... There it is, my trusty steed. So part of the speculation about CHWY, if you weren't here at the start of the show, and why it is that Roaring Kitty's buying it, is because there's a strong theory out there that in GameStop's transition to a holding company, they're going to acquire a number of other firms. obviously Ryan Cohen has strong links to CHWY because he trades in his pets all the time. He's always trading in his pets. Some people can't understand this concept because they get very attached to their pets. But as everybody knows, you only have a pet to make money, right? You only ever get a pet to make money. And when that pet increases in value, you want to trade it in for a different pet that's going to go up in price later. And it's a real niche, right? It's a real gap in the market because there's never been a pet trade-in store before. And with GameStop's back end, you know, all the logistics it has for delivering computer games and other merchandising, it's also able to distribute pets throughout the country. So they can take your parakeet and they can bring it to the state where there's the highest demand for parakeets and sell it for 8, 10x. And that's, the margin on that is massive. And so there's intense speculation that GameStop might be acquiring CHWY. Sure, right, you'd say, but trade spotting, despite the validity of everything you said there, there's also the share buyback scheme that CHWY have just enacted, and the process by which it's being completed is in a large block buy from an off-market participant. And so isn't that counter to the idea of GameStop making an acquisition? And I'd say that's all trumped by this amazing niche, this trade-in niche for your pets. And so, you know, just use logic, right? Just use logic. So this this bullish divergence, it hasn't completely burnt off yet, right? There's an opportunity there with this pushing higher, price exceeding that important area. There's an opportunity that can go from here up, and it could then test these areas in around $27 again. That's totally possible right now. That's totally possible. GameStop is trying to do what my line has here, but because my line's so wiggly woogly, it's struggling because GameStop's cross-eyed and stuff. So it's finding it difficult, right? It just needs to take a moment and do it carefully, and you're better safe than sorry, GameStop. So I admire that responsible move. CHWY, on the other hand, is not being responsible. Not being responsible. Oh, so what have you been saying then, chat? Taxidermy for pets? Yeah, I tried teaching it to Coco. It's like a no-go, that idea. I tried teaching Coco, and what happens is he just eats the brains and he eats the guts and the livers and stuff. Trace1, remember to check your messages. I'm checking my messages. I'm checking my messages. Shadow of Lepton gifted 5 memberships. Wow. We have a new favorite viewer. I have a new favorite viewer. It's Shadow of Lepton. Shane D, you got one. Sean J, you got one. Treetop, you got one. Eclipse Gaming, you got one. Jackson610, you also got one. You lucky 5 individuals. You're now married to Shadow of Lepton. Give him a thanks there in the chat box. If somebody gets a membership gift for other people, it's like being nice to you guys and supporting the channel. It's a double whammy of goodness. Thank you, Lepton, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, good man, Lepton. You're legend. If you got one of those, thank Lepton. Now I'm looking down to see all those thanks he got for that. Still looking for them and not seeing them. Oh no. Oh no, I'm not seeing them. I'm not seeing people thank him. Mind you, I'm not seeing these people talking full stop. Maybe they don't know they've been gifted a membership. Hello, you've been gifted a membership. Who lets their phone die in 2024, James? I know. I know, right? Who does that sort of thing? Who does that sort of thing? Me! I do that sort of thing! Yeah! Woo! Woohoo! Ambulance! I love the ambulance! Yeah! Ambulance! Diddle-a-doo. I do that sort of thing on the regular, James. Trading in his pets. Jacob, exactly. Trading in his pets. Trade that sucker in. You can make some money on that sucker. A service dog? Get even more for that. Get even more for that. Why don't they have service parrots? You know, at least they can talk. Right? You just get a service parrot. Why has everyone got service dogs? I don't know, right? There's no logic to it at all. It's stupid, in fact. Nice, nice. Where are all these thanks at? I'm looking for them and I'm not seeing them. Indeed, CHWY, GME, BB are not meme stocks anymore and will increase in value by next year. Next year, they will increase in value and go down and increase 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 and go down by next year. Shane, up and down a lot. I want to be married to someone. Please send me a gift. Crazy Cat, you're already a member. You cannot be married. That would be called polygamy. And as you know, only parrots are allowed to perform polygamy. Tracepoint, can you check your phone messages? Rocky sent you a message. It's on, it's on. My phone is on. What? Diddly 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 do. That means I'll have to do that then. Okay. Okay. That's the worst tracking message I've ever seen in my life. It tells me absolutely nothing. Beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Okay, so I shall be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. If GameStop breaks down here, yes, well, we've talked about what that might mean, haven't we? If GameStop breaks down, we know what that'll mean. If CHWY breaks down, we also know what that'll mean. Moving average cross there. CHWY could easily test up to see the strength of that breakdown at this point. GameStop likewise. It's still breaking down at the minute, so any sort of recovery would be nice to see, but we're not anticipating that happening. We just have scoped out the potential should it happen. Leroy, I think your trading styles may be too attached to what DFE's doing. Fahim Udin, you can go back to the start of the show to see it again for the latecomers. The show's not been on that long, you can see it. You'll also get an amazing story about Apple and Berry, which is highly entertaining and very, very educational. No joke, you should definitely check that out. So I'll be back shortly, I have to get something here. Don't go anywhere. Hit the like button. Hit that like button. Jeepers, that's a strong requirement on everybody there. No arguing in the chat box. No arguing. And consider your comments, and if somebody else would take them to be an argument. You know, lead with your thinking and follow that up with the conclusive statements rather than start with a conclusive statement and then later explain yourself, because at that point the argument might have already started. You know, people are really nervous. Oh great, alarms, I love alarms. See you shortly. Hey, Coco. Hiya. Hey, Coco. Hey, Coco. Say hello to the chat box. Say hello to the chat box, Coco. What do you think of these guys, huh? What do you think of these guys? See that stuff in the chat box earlier, Coco? Coco. You're happier than normal. Yeah, you're right, El Baker. So what do you think about trading your emotions, Coco? What do you think of heuristical biases and a rigid ego? Have you got a rigid ego, Coco? Oh my god. Oh my god, Coco. Oh my god, Coco. Ah, Chitty Snots. That's sad news. R.I.P. Chitty Snots. CHWY is down 5.14%. GameStop is down 6.32%. LPSN is up 2.1%. Bitcoin is back above 63 grand. AMC is up at $5, right at that target. Made it, congratulations. Bitcoin dominance has increased by a tiny little 0.04%. Bitcoin dominance wants to go again. Bitcoin itself wants to go again. So, you might remember GameStop, you might remember this. Oops. So this peak, 786 retracement, and that is a signature of the reaction in the market to Roaring Kitty's moves. If it was that CHWY was to do the same thing, and this isn't me telling you that's what it's going to do, that would involve a different amount of work. If it's going to do the same thing, then you might look for it back at 36.20. The problem with that is that the entry on CHWY was $15. There's a huge gap back down at $17, which it will be closed eventually. And there's absolutely no guarantee that CHWY is going to push to the top side. Even on this 4-hour time frame, you don't even have to go up higher than a 4-hour to see that this is a rejection wick. You've got a moving average cross on the daily time frame, which is very likely to be tested, and that suggests that price is coming down to test $20. We talked about how it's possible that CHWY got up again and tested 27.41, but I wouldn't be trading for that, and I'm not trading for that, because I follow the Rocky Outcrop school of thought when it comes to technical analysis, and that is play it defensive, manage your risk, and only trade your best setups. Now, this setup on CHWY is a piece of shit, and I wouldn't be trading it, and I'm not trading it from here. Whereas 15, it was good for a move to 22, maybe 27, ultimately making it to Rocky Outcrop's target. Currently, this looks like an inverted head and shoulders, but it's in an island of price. It's a rejection from the idea of closing that gap. Oh my goodness. A donation. Kitty's never died, 12 bucks, you legend! Kitties! Legend kitties. He's somebody I really want to see succeed. I really want to see you succeed, kitties. Thanks so much. That's very generous. I appreciate it. With a question mark. Sugar. What did Kitty say before that? Go! What else did Kitty say? What did you say, Kitty, so I can see the question marks for? Actually, what? Nothing, it was just a smiley face. A smiley face? Thank you so much, kitties. Kitties, that's really generous of you. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome, my friend. We got the up, we got the down. It's recovered here because you had this bullish divergence. It's 51 minute time frame, so you know all that really speaks to this this divergence at this instance here. You see the lower low on the RSI, the higher low on the RSI, the lower low on price. Clearly they're going in different directions, and that's what we call divergence. In this instance, and most, you can only really put it in the context of what price was previously doing. So it was previously doing this sort of thing, and we can say that this low here is an anomaly and speaks to a weakness in the idea that price is going to keep going down, and that weakness is exploited by traders and algorithms who took the price up. Now you might think, but sure, that's nothing. But it's 4.86%, so if you did it 20 times, and it's dead obvious and it works out most times, if you did it 20 times, then you'd have 100%, right? Now if you start with $500,000, you'll have $1 million. If you start with 10 grand, you'll have lots more grand. Where would you take this trade from? Well, you see this point here where price puts in a higher low. at the same point the RSI holds the top side of the bearish control zone. And so that gives you an idea of an entry. And then when price moves back above that previous area, you might be looking to take it back to this important line here. Now that is a very, very small level of margin there, a very, very small move. You're only talking 3%. But if you're an intraday trader, then 3% is plenty. If you can manage your risk on that trade in an effective way, which you can, because that's where you manage your risk at the previous low. This is your entry, as we discussed. That's your target. Then your risk reward ratio is 11.5 to 1. Let's make this definitely safe. And you've still got nearly 4 to 1 trade on that. And it's a very, very modest trade. It's completely managing your risk so that you won't be caught out. It's an edge that probably derives that target. And that's the sort of thing that traders live on. They live on that. It's what pays for their peri-peri chicken. It's what pays for the food their cats eat. It's what pays for their cafe lattes. You're not looking at my nose or anything, are you? Stop looking at my nose. It's getting plugged in. Boom. Or boom, as Apple says. So those lines, they're working out pretty well. I've no idea why the. I have no idea about the colours. I don't know why the colours. Don't ask me, I don't know why the colours. That's not shown, is it? No, good. Just keep checking none of this is showing up. It's not showing up. Good. Blah, 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 blah. Look at those lines working out again. You'd have to have a hole in your head to think that technical analysis doesn't work because a stock's manipulated. If a stock's manipulated, all of that manipulation, right, rabbit ears, lots of rabbit ears, all of that manipulation shows up on the chart. So it's even easier to do technical analysis on it. Anyway, 185 likes. Wow. Wowie, wowie. So I noticed something there when I was doing other things. This is very positive. So I'm often caught in two minds, you know. Should I just agree with these people that technical analysis doesn't work on manipulated stocks, whatever that means, and therefore I'm a magician, right? Or do I point out that that sentence is nonsensical and that the TA constantly works here? You can imagine if you were in my position and all you needed to do was to agree with an idiot and you'd come across as a magician. It would be very tempting. You know, it would be very tempting. Yeah, just be a magician. But primarily, back to first principles, primarily, my role is to coach you guys to be better at trading. And I can't impart my magic abilities to you, whereas I can teach you to do what I do. So today has been such a strange day, totally crazy day in the chat box. In the chat box today has been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I know, Colin. I know, Colin. You I can't even bring myself to run through it, though I am going to have a quick look for something. I suspect that it's too far off the screen now and I'll never get back to it. No, it's still there. Thank goodness. That's not long enough. Brilliant. I did, though, obviously today, as you can see yourselves, include the chat box on the screen. So, you good people will be able to watch the video back and see the conversation. This thing's what? This thing's bouncing around loads and loads and loads. I'm gonna try the routers one. We just read that. Why are you putting it out twice, routers? Right, so you've got it in bullet point format, and then you've got other people taking the PR release and pretending it's news. Good idea, Rocky. Good idea, Rocky. So, chewy tweet from Rocky Outcrop. Showing the entry in around 1482, that sort of level, ultimate low. Price moving up to this take profit target, and then another second trade for anybody who wanted the low risk second move, or the security of splitting that trade in two, or certainly Risk management halfway through the trade. Clearly, once it made its way to 25.50, you got this extra opportunity. Risk managed, and therefore you could have taken your stop up from 14.82 to 25.33 if you wanted to let your winners run, and it made it to the second take profit target there. Very, very good trade from Rocky Outcrop. Told everyone about this in May and reminded members of the Discord about it too. So he made a live video where he walked everyone through the trade setup, how you could take it, why it might be a good idea, and where to manage your risk for a 450% trade. It's Rocky Outcrop, he's in the chat box. He runs the Discord. It's the only Discord I'm in. Perfect trading guide for CHWY before anyone else was even looking at the chart. Here's how it turned out. It turned out very, very, very well. You can follow Rocky at Rocky_Outcrop. Rocky_Outcrop. Free Discord. That's the link. www.discord.gg. Very, very much highly recommended. Today, after people who previously suffered from an emotional bias decided that, well, they were going to trade CHWY. They weren't going to listen to their brain. It's down 4.33%. And despite this attempted recovery, it's still down nearly 5% on the day, which speaks to the terrible cost it'll have had for lots of people who entered it earlier on, because the low of today on CHWY was 25.29. And if people bought it at open because they saw Roaring Kitty's position, then they lost a heap of cash. A heap of cash. Let's imagine they capitulated near the bottom. That's where most of the selling activity came in. 15.54%, and they lost that within minutes. So So 365 days in a year. If you work every single one of those and put your salary into this thing this morning, then you worked for 50.6 of those days, so let's just call it 51. You worked for 51 of those days for nothing, to throw it away in minutes. There was a chap in the chat box who, thank God, won't be back, who said that completely without any understanding or with an intense lack of self-awareness, that he thought we wouldn't recognize that he was lying, that he bought CHWY, sold it towards open and made 10 grand. Now, that didn't happen, right? That guy uses 10 grand because imagination is really, really bad, right? So 10 grand, that's a number. So he just says 10 grand. He stressed that that example showed that he was a good trader. But being a good trader is about being able to rely on the methods, the means, the process, and develop an iterative system which you can rely on to trade. And the system that he claimed to be using was the emoji calendar. But clearly, that wasn't what drove price. Clearly, it was Roaring Kitty sharing his CHWY position, which pushed it up pre-market and left it with this huge gap to fall back down into. He didn't claim that he used the FTD cycle with regards to CHWY. He didn't touch on whether there's FTDs or not. He just said that he'd made loads of money because he has this document, right? This document that he's created where he lines up the emoji with dates. Now, the emoji calendar is fun DD that's not really DD, that's been done by lots of people long time ago, lining up these emojis with these calendar dates. Because of course, if it's just a series of emojis, it's not a calendar. So to claim that you somehow constructed it is of course stupid. It's of course very, very stupid. And it exposes you as being stupid to say that you've done this work. And to say that you put it in a document. If Flipson doesn't move anymore, I'm going to go and buy more of it. Like, what are you doing? Why are you just not moving at all? So, Lipson, why are you not moving? GameStop. Well, you don't move very often. You just sit there, GameStop. You just sit there, that's fine. Hey, L Baker. Where can I see this document? There's plenty of people who've shared the same idea on Superstonk many, many times. It's just a joke. It's sort of like hopscotch. It's like hopscotch. No, yeah, it's like hopscotch. You know hopscotch. It's like that, or you know when two people swing a skipping rope and somebody else jumps over it, and in the meantime, you know, everybody watching along, they sing a song, right? It's like that. That's what it is. It's like that, but it's not fun. It's an attempt at having fun. But of course it isn't fun. The experience that you're bonding with other people and talking about your stock is similar to that. Right? And the version of having fun that I appreciate is that which doesn't make me stupid, but instead makes me smart. So I partake in the conversations, obviously, being in this role, talking about GameStop regularly. I will be aware of and chat about these things. but it definitely makes me stupider. That's interesting to observe thyself. Typically, I would look at something that's hit a 52-week low, that is the lowest it's been in a year, and say that that makes it a piece of shit. But let's have a quick look. Here is that 52-week low. Which way is this fib going? Why is the zero up here? What's going on? It's got no bottom top point and no top point. Is this just an accidental fib or something? What's going on? Does that have some basis in reality anywhere? What is it with this? Nope. It's not even round the right way. Don't know what that is. Oh, this has broken through an important trend line, yo. What happens here often, it's got a touch of bullish divergence on the monthly, but it's class B. On the weekly, that most recent divergence is overruled. Pardon me. You got a gap there. So, you know how people talk about these algorithms? Some of these algorithms, those are algorithms that are designed to go short. They target stocks which have made a 52-week low. The problem with this 52-week low is it actually is a lower low. With this being the horizontal level of previously support at 1349, it's a significant percentage below that. .68% below the 52-week low. The danger, of course, in shorting this thing is that it has a bounce. The bounce fills that gap. That would be reclaiming that low, but it wouldn't be changing the trend. The trend is very much to the downside, so you might be looking at short-term moves. And if so, the trend's against you, momentum's against you, so volatility is presenting an extreme danger to you. And there's a lot of volume. Sure, there's a lot of volume. But for every buy, there's a sell. For every sell, there's a buy. And so if people are taking profits here from their previously short trades, then maybe you'd look for it to make a move back up, but that move back up would be constrained. Maybe take it from this guy, maybe take it from this guy, this guy, this guy. You know, I would do a study of confluence, which I can do for you here and now, just briefly, and point out that there's extreme danger below 42. GameStop making a move today. Now, nice to see that, despite all the anxiety, all the worry. It's fine. So 14 spot 2 is very difficult. 19 will be incredibly difficult. $24 will be incredibly difficult. It's going to be so difficult for this thing to recover. I'd say these are the two most important areas of resistance on it. Closing that gap at $13 and change, and then trying to head to 28. Now that's huge percentage moves, but there's nowhere to manage your risk because of the downtrend, the fact that it's put in lows that are below the 52-week low. It's a very, very tough one to manage. 15-minute time frame. What you might have anticipated as being stop in volume hasn't been. This idea of bullish divergence is real between these lows. But having opened with a gap, having failed to push into the bottom side of that gap, I'd say it's a bit, I'd be very cautious, despite the fact that there's a huge opportunity for this company in that sector. Perhaps it is that their competitors have beaten them to the punch. So I'd be careful with that, observe thyself. Right, so that people are consistently looking at the right thing. I'll go back to GameStop on the left. And CHWY on the right. $50 simple's gone through the 200 period moving average, and if this thing CHWY doesn't recover $26 soon, that would lead to breakdowns, which would take it to the low of today and lower. GameStop trying to push higher. Got a failure swing, has it? No. Hedgerow moving average there is positive, especially as it touched support. People would be wondering, is this inverted head and shoulders going to work out? It's in an island of price and it has to break back above a gap, so we can use that instead of the neckline, but we're still going to take this neckline, the real neckline there, for our measured move. See, you know, you might be looking for it now to push back to 24.74, 24.89. CHWY's going for that move right now. Right now. Go on, CHWY. Go on, CHWY. You can do it. You are welcome, observe thyself. You are welcome. It's hard to manage risk when you've not got any historical support and resistance to go on. you can do it, obviously. I say hard is that the thing that's hard is to be accurate, that you don't get stopped out. That's not like difficult in and of itself. The process is fairly simple. You know, you might use a fib extension and look for those divergent moves, and then go down to lower term for time frames and see an area where it put in an inflection point, and then use that to manage your risk. But I like trades where I can see that if this doesn't work out, then this might happen that would also be in my favor, so that I could take it maybe 2 or 3 times, and then I can manage the cost of the trade split over those 3 potential opportunities, rather than have like the full stop distance on all potential support levels. You know, maybe I get the trade 3 times, right, and it works out every time in that sense. Or maybe it falls through to the bottom one and I have to pay that cost, the opportunity cost of absorbing the entirety of the move down, which I don't like doing. So if I'm not able to see the opportunity in a way that helps my trade management, then I would just be like, you know, there'll be other things. And this can actually go on, like Walgreen Boots Alliance can go on and actually do something useful that from a technical perspective that we could then use. So it's a good one to keep an eye on, but I'd be cautious, as you would obviously be yourself, with the fact that it broke below a 52-week low. That's like a good general point of interest that you might put you off trading anything. You know, if it's below any price it's been in the last year. If you're on like something like Camel, you know that website that tracks the prices of products on Amazon, and it tells you this is cheaper than it's been any time in the last year. And you think about it like a product. Well, it might be because that product, there's a new version of that product out, or a competitor has released a cheaper version, or there's some other product that's a substitute for it, something that you can use instead that does the job better or cheaper. But when you're looking at price action on a stock, if it showed up on Camel or Hot Deals UK or Hot UK Deals or whatever that website is, less than thinking like, oh, this is a buying opportunity, you might instead think, oh, this thing's been really shit. I wonder if it's going to keep being shit. That's what screams in my head. If alternatively it's something that I think like has really strong opportunities, and that sector that sector's got massive growth potential, especially with the potential for inflation to drop, all of the new, you know, the new role that pharmacies are playing. You know, they're increasingly eating up that time that would have been spent with your general practitioner or your local doctor, or certainly here in Britain, there's a move away from those expensive services to a more readily accessible type of pharmaceutical dispensary. And so Boots is one of those. That doesn't mean to say that just because it's a good sector, it's going to be a good company. So these are all factors to consider. The reason that then people would watch this show and be very confused is because I often talk about LivePerson. You know, LivePerson, I'll take up on CHWY's chart. Sorry, CHWY. It recovered that $26 level. It needed to do it when we said we needed to do it, and then it did it. So that's good. GameStop hasn't managed to break through that important level at the bottom of the gap it opened today. Right, is that correct? That's what it is, right? Pardon me, I'll just check. Yeah, it hasn't managed to break through that level at 23.65, 66, 67 according to that line. Hasn't managed to break through that level, 23.67. But it hasn't been rejected from it either. Keep that front of screen for everybody. It's below that important horizontal level. Not a huge fan of that. No follow through on the move even though the volume came in at this peak. So you might look back on that as stopping volume. A lot of people would say that that's stopping volume. At which point they'd be looking at this retracement. It's already 786. Look at that. How could anyone just see 78.6% like that? Anyway, the point is, if it now drops back below 23.35, I'd be very cautious of this thing closing out the day with a new lower low in at around 23.17. So you would like to see a recovery on that now, so that it could then try for those 23.67 and then move to the top side, potentially closing the gap. At 24.30, and with 2 hours to go, that's definitely an achievable target, as is the idea of the breakdown taking you back to these important levels. That's totally possible. CHWY's managed that recovery slightly, and we're not going to complain about that. So LPSN, it's at these real lows, you know. What time frame shall I do this on? Excuse me, why GameStop? Where are my drawings? Down here? Where are the drawings? Anyway, so if you are getting it to, if it is at a real low, you know, like an all-time low or a 52-week low, you really do want to see it put in something that suggests of a reversal. If you're going to try and jump in ahead of a trend change, you really want to see something that suggests a potential reversal. So the observer thyself obviously knows all these things. So you're looking for potentially a reversal pattern. That can be a typical candlestick formation, or like candlestick pattern, or it could be something like a harmonic, or it could be news. Preferably it would be all three of them, which is what you have with live person. So this and a fundamental change in the company itself, big changes going on. So transition, the new board, the market opportunity, and the intrinsic value of the company in this instance point me towards the charts, which suggest that there is an opportunity, but you'd have to manage your risk. And one of the ways in doing that on a stock like live person is to let price come to your entry as opposed to chasing it. There's a big spread, there's a harsh amount of volatility, and in the orders themselves you can sometimes face, you're taking an immediate loss on the position when you open something chasing the ask there, like going in at the offer as opposed to adding to the bid side. That is a market order as opposed to a limit order. You can be costing yourself a lot because stocks tend to move a certain amount, and that be like controlled in part by the fees that you have to pay for buying and selling. And these trading fees and these brokerage fees often have like a minimum amount, and so that minimum value in dollar terms, it represents a greater and greater proportion of your price as price drops down, especially when you're talking about something trading for close to half a dollar there. Half a dollar? So you want to manage your risk in the way that you enter the trade as well as the stop distance and so on. And that sort of strategy and technique becomes even more important when you're trading something that's really low share price. And I don't mean relatively, I mean it's really low. You know, for efficient operations on NASDAQ and NYSE, they prefer your stock to be trading above $1. So this thing's facing a delisting notice. 6th of November is when that first one's due. You might ask yourself then, why would TradeSpot trade something with a delisting notice? Which is a perfectly adequate question. You know, it makes sense. Why would TradeSpotting, especially considering what he said about Boots Walgreen Alliance, which is, you know, has had a positive trend in the not so distant future, and certainly isn't near its all-time lows. Definitely not getting a delisting notice. Why would I be so cautious with it? And it's because it might be starting a new trend. I say a new trend, might be continuing its most recent leg of that trend on down, breaking through important levels on extremely long time frames, which would suggest that it could come really, really, really far down. Whereas, you know, how do you manage your risk in that scenario, right? It's broken through support, it's, you know, all the things we talked about before. Whereas LivePerson's got obvious areas of support, right? In at around 0.52, and again at 0.48, and then down at 0.44. These are clear areas where you could manage your risk, right? You'd have 3 bites at the cherry. 3 bites at the cherry. God, what a stupid... You know, cherries are so small. Did I ever tell you about my... so... I'm pretty sure I did. The guy who ate so many cherries, he died. He ate so many cherries, he died. And so there is obviously a degree of moderation there. You don't want too many bites at the cherry, especially because the cherries themselves are absolutely tiny. And they are poisonous if you eat too many of them. So you don't want to eat too many cherries, you don't want too many bites at the cherry, and you definitely want to manage your approach to the cherry there. But 3 opportunities to enter, each with their own risk management level. That makes sense if you're trying to exploit the opportunity, because even if it goes completely against you every single time, then you're not going to lose so much. Whereas choosing where to put your stop and how to manage that trade on Boots Walgreen Alliance, whatever they're called, you know, it doesn't give you those opportunities, those clear-cut opportunities, and so you're unlikely to get a clean chart, and then that'll create a degree of ambiguity over how you manage the trade, which introduces extra risk to your own mechanics. At which point you have to be cognizant of how you're behaving, why you're doing it every time, and operate with extreme vigilance, which can be fatiguing and mentally taxing. And that's that's a capital you've got, just like your money as a trader. Your ability to manage your own psychology is crucial to your success. So running out that battery, putting yourself on like max capacity, means that should the cat vomit on your pillow or the milk be off in the fridge, just that little extra degree of, oh shit, I have to do X, Y, and Z, and I don't enjoy it, that can be so much of a distraction when you're operating at max capacity that a little slip, a tiny danger, can end up costing you more, right? Oh, and it's not often said, between trading coaches. I've spoken to plenty. It's not definitely not commonly discussed with traders. It's not something you'll see on YouTube. It's somebody saying, right, it's a great opportunity if you manage it in a specific way, but what happens if you go outside to take the dog for a walk and you get shit on your shoe, and then when you come back in, you walk it onto your rug, and then you have to clean that rug, and the stress and annoyance of that moment puts you just over the limit. The straw that broke the camel's back. That poor fucking camel, So you do think to yourself, like, is this opportunity one that suits me? Not just in terms of the trade setup itself, but the way that it would occupy so much of my own capacity to trade. And in that, you might ask yourself, is this an ideal trade? Is this the type of trade which I make money on frequently and easily? And if not, will entering this trade cause me to be use so much of my capacity or so much of my capital that the opportunity cost of it means that I'm not able to exploit another opportunity that comes up and is my ideal trade or does suit the way I operate. So you have to be aware of cat vomit in all of its possible instances, is what I would say there. So on the 30-minute time frame, and I suspect on the hourly, yeah, it's lost this 50 simple period moving average here. On the 30 minutes, it's finding support at the 200 period moving average. But then that is the first time it's got there in this uptrend. It hasn't put in lower lows, it has put in higher highs. A lot of people would look at that as an opportunity. It's CHWY. It's living at the top side of the bearish control zone, right? Like Stig in the Dump. You know that show, that, you don't know if you know it, right? But there's this children's book, I don't even know what age it's for, but it's for kids. And it's called Stig in the Dump. And Stig is this guy who lives in a dump and makes friends with this kid. I'm not sure why people his own age, his own peers and contemporaries didn't want to be friends with him. But this kid was able to overlook his living circumstances and be friends with him. But that kid was clearly not using sensible risk management, right? Because that kid would have been better off hanging around with people his own age who don't live in a dump. And who knows, right? The dangers he's exposed to hanging around with someone who lives in a dump. And so you as a trader don't particularly want to be friends with Stig in the Dump either. You really don't want to be friends with Stig in a Dump. So there's a negative slope on those moving averages despite the positive splay. On the 15-minute time frame on CHWY, you've just had a negative cross between those moving averages. Price tried to push higher, subsequently failed, and the moving averages then crossed back down below afterwards. You do have a bullish divergence, but as you can see, this test into the bullish control zone, where price itself failed miserably to break above even the prior high, is a suggestion that there's a lot of weakness in that power behind the price. So this is a very strong warning sign that CHWY is in a huge chunk of danger, right now. And maybe you'd be saying, well, this trend line, throughout the period of this move up to 26 and change, it was putting in lower and lower highs in terms of momentum. So this retracement back up again, which failing to break that trend line, you might say, like, when the RSI is making its way to the bullish control zone, and then instead, in this context of price at the moment, that instead of oversold being like 80 and above, oversold's down at 60, 65, maybe 70, and this thing made it to 70, which might be overbought, being a sign again of weakness. That weakness coming alongside lower highs and price action itself failing to break the uptrend, also failing to break above prior highs. You might say altogether that's a collection of negative artifacts, which would suggest that there's a bearish element to current price action. So I'm not into, if you didn't tell, if you can't pick up on that, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about CHWY's prospects in the short term. People will be confused by this red and white. I'll flip them. It's amazing, right? The chap that was banned in the chat box earlier, they say that type of ilk, they come along and they say things like, trust me, bro, when someone does technical analysis. Like, oh, this is just trust me, bro. And it's like, no, you should definitely do your own work. Definitely do your own work and add your own value to the technical analysis. But you must respect the technical analysis. And then they go on to say, well, my idea is this. It's this emoji calendar. And they say things like, just buy it. It's not financial advice, but just buy it. And they've got an anonymous name on the internet anyway. They're anonymous. So this idea, like, well, I said not financial advice. The purpose for that is to make sure that you're not breaking any laws. And if you're doing it from this perspective, is to maintain your reputation as a trustworthy source. And if you've got the branding of this channel and what I'm genuinely trying to do, it's because you want to produce ethical traders to make the world slightly better. So saying like, not financial advice. Yeah, you're damn right it's not financial advice. It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. And to say like, just buy it. You know, to people who already suffering from a degree of regret about not buying it earlier at $10 or $15 or $22 maybe, who then might enter price in the middle of a downtrend and get caught, or people who've previously bought it and are waiting patiently for price to come back to a sensible entry, their own psychology will be affected by these people. And that's not a mystery. That's not a great... It doesn't take fucking Sherlock Holmes to work that out. The people who say these things want that to happen. They want to affect your psychology. And not simply for the immediate impact it'll have on you, poor CHWY. Not simply for the immediate impact on you, but because they want to keep you in a state of confusion so that you can be more exploitable by others. So they're actually trying to harm you, and they're delivering that harm, that poison, in a way that they think will creep through your outer defenses, right? That it won't be picked up by your shield and will make its way into your brain and then infect your psychology. They really think that's going to happen. Like, that's what they're trying to do. And it has an impact, you know, it has an impact because the discussion about the emoji calendar is a fun one to have, and people want to have that, but they don't want to have it with some regard in the background shouting, buy it, bro, just buy it, bro, it's going to go up by the 1st of September, bro. Like, just skip that idea of a summer holiday, just skip that idea of child support, just skip a few meals and just buy it, bro. Even if you're going to sit underwater until the fucking last day of August, they want you, just buy it, bro. So don't confuse yourself. These people, they want to cause you harm, and they think that they can sneak through your shield, and they can penetrate your way of thinking and infect your processes. And that's another danger you have to be aware of, that people do these kind of things. Now, I was away off doing other things, so I wasn't able to completely adequately handle the situation in the normal way I would, which would be just to block him and then explain on camera that as a good trader, you focus on process, and a process that will deliver you the ability to iteratively improve it so that you can rely on yourself, so that you can make money on the stock market and not just feed yourself for a day or meet that one bill or tell yourself that you're not a complete chump. It's so that you can actually take away the confidence that into your greater life that traders have. And it's hugely satisfying to be a successful trader. If you're genuinely on the road to doing it, you will recognize what I'm saying. It's about the money, but my God, apart from the money, you get so much self-edification. You get so much confidence in your own existence. You realize that you can operate effectively in the markets, and if you can do that in such a difficult arena, then you're a serious person who's really making the most of their life and could be, in a few years, could be incredibly wealthy. And the tools and techniques and tricks and skills to being a good trader, I'm not saying that you can transfer them to other parts of your life, though you can. Poor CHWY. It's more about how you can recognize that you've managed to do something sustainable, something magnificent and sustainable, and that you could do it again and again and again. And the ability and the confidence that you get from that is amazing. It's also true to say that the only way you'll get there is by having a true and deep knowledge of yourself. And so it's really worth aiming for, right? Not just because you'll be able to make lots of money, which is the primary objective, but also you'll come to be comfortable with yourself. You'll understand and know yourself better. You'll then be more calm and reasoned in all other situations in life. You won't react emotionally to difficult things, which will set you up for a better recovery or keep you on a level plane, which will allow you to have a more effective life. And you'll also get a lot of respect from people who act like complete, from everybody, from ranging from those idiots that act like, they actually are going to trade the emoji calendar, to people who are serious traders who make millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. And these people will respect you. They'll have the time to speak to you. They'll share their benefit of their experience with you. And if they recognize you as serious and they themselves are serious traders, then you'll gain a level of respect from people who can make a real difference in their own lives. And these are people to emulate. These are people who are making the most of their life, and you want to be considered alongside them. You don't want to be considered alongside the tubes who trade the emoji calendar. Now I have to say all of this because that dumbass was in my chat box, and it'll have had an impact on some of you in some way, because even though you try to guard against it, you're just a normal human being like everybody else. So I have to say these things. That being said, right, and it might have been lost to some of you, but I know far more about the stupid emoji calendar than that twat does, and I enjoy talking about it, but in a real way that is actually maybe useful for you to lighten the mood, and the way I do it and talked about it on a show last week, probably the last one, I can't remember, maybe it was Friday, is that you can use these things to chat about interesting aspects to the stock that you like, and you'll be able to bond over it, right? But you have to do it in full awareness of the facts that it's not a trading strategy. It's not a trading strategy, right? It is, in fact, stupid. Anyway, so what isn't clear there, and what I really want to emphasize at the end, is that I very much, very, very much believe that GameStop can make huge benefits to your life as a trader if you handle it correctly, but that includes managing your risk, and there's nowhere on that emoji calendar that gives you any hint of what that might mean. Whereas the technical analysis, that's all what it is. It's about risk management, and if you respect the technical analysis and you manage your risk, then over time you'll make lots of money, you'll be a more happy, successful person, and you'll be more confident that you can do it again. And that's crucial. If you're a trader, it's not just that you were a trader last week and every other trade you take is shit, so you're not going to call yourself a trader any other day of the week. No, you have to be able to implement a process that works. Ideally one that suits your personality, and that doesn't mean trading stupid ass shit. It's also quite disappointing to see the number of people that responded to that tube with comments that would have given him any hint or suggestion of the idea that the way he was behaving wasn't stupid. And it reflects poorly on you that you guys did that, especially when at the start of the show, and then again when I came back here, and on my Twitter, and on Rocky Outcrop's Twitter, and on the live show on Rocky Outcrop's channel, and on the Rocky Outcrop Discord, he gave the entry below 15 on CHWY and said the target was towards 38. And that trade is a 450% move on the underlying alone. That people didn't respond emphatically with that, shut up, you're so stupid. Now, I love the way that everyone's so welcoming here, but the expression in interest in that chap, especially when he said things like, oh, I bet you don't even know what is it he said? I bet you even know what an FTD is, or something like that, along those lines. You know, somebody who demonstrates such extreme levels of ignorance, feel free to say, that's a stupid idea, right? Or ask them questions about, do they not think that that is perhaps a stupid idea? Or when you see me say, lol, that's fucking stupid, feel free to say, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, you know, and to encourage each other to be adult. Right now, plenty of conversations here are when you're talking about stocks, can turn in arguments. So it's best to start with questions, those questions that ask them to consider their own thinking, and not to lead with emphatic statements. But feel free, when you reach the end of that process and the person demonstrates to you that they're an idiot, to call them an idiot, you know, and especially and particularly if I've called them an idiot. So feel free to do that when that occasion suits it. So you would expect now CHWY to come back to 25 spot 45. The tiny thing it has going for it is that trend line, but then if anything, that's just a good measure for when it's going to make the move down. GameStop, on the other hand, despite being a very similar percentage move down on its day, isn't doing so badly. We talked about this, didn't we? Where did we have that? Oh, look. I'm aware that that means they'd have to go in opposite directions, having moved such a similar percentage today and sentiment from one affecting sentiment in the other. We have to be aware of the fact that if CHWY just drops off a cliff, that might create a degree of anxiety in GameStop and lead it back down again to those slightly lower support levels. Squash match, won again. Good to hear it, saying Keithas. Save some squash wins for the rest of us. Hey, Lisa. Hey, look. No worries. No worries at all. It was an example. It was an example to everybody how an emotional bias can impact you, and overall, I think maybe it was now a positive experience having had the chance to discuss things. Oh, GameStop making that strong move up. Good to see you, GameStop, back at the bottom of that gap for today. Why am I calling? Why am the gap itself is 2.64, and to get back to the open is that 4+%. Taking it to this level would suggest that it potentially, with an hour and a half left in the day, it's going to finish green, which would be magnificent for GameStop to finish in the green today after that negative sentiment open with that poor opening range. That would be magnificent performance. CHWY, I don't have the same hope for at all. Like, at all. There is it. It's found that rejection. It's following that moving average. And if it breaks through this diagonal trend line, then it'll just go here. TA doesn't work with manipulating stocks as he fucking tries to manipulate you. Like, that's all that is. He's trying to manipulate you. Not financial advice. Well, guess. Financial advice is rarely so stupid. Nobody would have confused it for financial advice. Literally not a human being on earth. Maybe Stig in the Dump would have thought that was financial advice, but, I don't think many people would take financial advice or put much estimation on Stig on the Dump's financial acumen because he lives in a dump. So, an actual dump, like, actually, I think in this instance they didn't mean a dump like a scrapyard. I think the book meant like a dump as in like a landfill with like rotten, stinking food, old batteries, single-use vapes, that sort of disgusting stuff, like a real dump. I'm gonna feed the cat. I'm gonna feed the cat, but don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here for close. We'll be back in like 2 minutes, really. GameStop holding support there. Haven't put in a higher high, hold support. Bounce now, get better higher high. That next move up could well be going for that gap close. As I say, power hour coming up. Interesting point in the day. There's a couple of areas here to be very cautious of. It's made the 1.1 free extension. I don't need all of these, I'll just use that. So this is a measured move. Whether it does the full thing or not is, you know, grand. At the minute we're just looking for it to put in a higher high and get to 2380, be inside that gap for power hour. That'd be really positive. Not a huge fan of that, or the fact that this is class B bearish divergence, but it's holding support and that's positive, right? So if it does push higher, I might look for a third touch on this trend line, and that would guide up price. Might even look something like that. That'd be good. Whereas this thing broke this trend line, and CHWY broke the trend line that we were talking about. I've not got any faith in that. Go for it then. Don't have any faith in that at all. Right, there's like... I mean, I would like to have faith in CHWY and to say how fantastic it's doing, but it's not. Oops. A little tinfoil hat, Money Miles, a little tinfoil hat. I think the advice you're getting there from mostly DBs makes good logical sense. That, you know, hedge funds probably aren't going to go and start spending their clients' money trying to enact revenge on a retail trader when they've got so many other avenues to make the guy's life difficult. I don't imagine that they would do that, you know. That being, do you think that Roaring Kitty shared his position in CHWY in order to attract that attention from people who want to cost him money so that they would then immediately short the stock? You know, their objective is to make money. If, you know, when they were shorting GameStop initially, it wasn't because they had an irrational hatred of GameStop. It was simply because they felt like they could make money shorting the stock, and even Citadel, you know, absorbing Melvin Capital's position as they went bankrupt, should that have been what happened. That speaks to the fact that they themselves weren't one singular entity who were caught in a trap, as opposed to, you know, lots of people potentially, seeing as it wasn't Citadel that went tits up, right? And now that's a gender neutral term here in Scotland. and America too. Like I don't know. Like I don't know. So I don't think, I don't think that's what's happening. It's also true to say that if they were doing that and acting in any sort of coordinated fashion to manipulate price, they'd be stepping outside their wheelhouse to do it in that particular way, going after some trader just because he did whatever. The fact that CHWY made it to its target and then is retracing back down to $19, right? Because that's what's happening with CHWY. It doesn't speak to the hedge fund's motivations. It speaks to the fact that it did everything that it was likely to do, and now the balance of probabilities is that it does what it's likely, like trace point. But wouldn't it be logical? No, it wouldn't be. If you look wherever Roaring Kitty posts a position, we see large moves upwards and then move shortly back down again. Yeah. So that's not logical to link that with this tinfoil idea. Where's your logic there? I mean, I understand that, like, if a stock moves up a big deal and then moves back down again, that means that somebody's selling something somewhere. That's logical. But if the thing's made it to its target where everyone long would take profit, where the risk profile changes significantly, when it's up 450%, then it'll come back down again. You see, this is the difficulty with we all live on the same planet, right? You and I live on the same planet, but in this terms of thinking here, you're on one island and I'm on another, and on my island, the people there, the culture of the language is not to conflate ideas. It's to be very particular in speaking about things objectively, rationally, and compartmentalizing various aspects so that we can say that what we know to be true is true. And we know it to be true that the thing made a 450% move. We know it to be true that the risk profile changed above 38. It would be more logical, but also equally, or if not more absurd, to say the short hedge funds watch Rocky Outcrop's live shows on Wednesdays and are part of the Discord and saw the entry that Rocky Outcrop called at 15, 14 spot 88 or whatever, and the target he put in at 38 or 37.95 or whatever, and they themselves then didn't want to be on the wrong side of the trade from Rocky Outcrop in his Discord, and instead decided that what they'd do is they'd short it from 38 and they'd buy it at 15. That's more logical, right? It's also true to say Barclays have got a trading desk which is set up specifically to short stocks which open and go in extremely volatile moves in that day, right? So the open being a huge gap will have triggered that Barclays desk to crush the volatility on that stock. They'll have opened what would be described as iron condors. That's their option strategy for pushing down stocks and exploiting any lack of volatility there. They'll have then used short positions, which they'll have taken out both in borrowed shares and on the option contract to provide asymmetric risk return. And they'll have pummeled the price at those levels where the risk changed to impact the sentiment of investors. They'll have hammered the book so that it looks brutal for anybody considering going long. And they'll have been on the phone ringing up everybody they can that they know has got large holding of those shares so that they can borrow them off them in order to short the shit out of the thing, which will have an implication on those trading desks too. So that's true, but they're not doing it to target Roaring Kitty. They're not doing it to get back money they've lost. They're not doing it so that they can create the collateral that they need to support their GameStop shorts. All of these things are tinfoil. They're doing it because they're very good at making money that way. And they're very good at making money for their clients that way. And they advertise this service to their high net worth clients and suggest to them that they put a degree or a proportion of their portfolio into this fund. But they don't advertise it as a way to, get back at the individual retail trader or to make their mark in that sense. They do it because they know that it's got a statistical likelihood of working out correctly, returning them money and then deriving a profit, which those traders can then take in their bonus. So that's what I'd say there. That's what I'd say. But I do like the tinfoil ideas. It's just that's not tinfoil. It is irrational, but being irrational doesn't make it tinfoil. And we can't say it's logical. But I mean that in the nicest possible way. Right, let me get back to the chat. I don't see a response there, but I understand your sentiment and appreciate entertaining my tinfoil hat. Good to hear it, Manny Miles. We are getting to know each other here, so I don't want to disturb you or infect your confidence. Thank you, Leptin. So what did this get back to? It didn't. It's still on the way down. What did this do? It's deciding to follow that line. Keep following that line. Don't break down now, GameStop. Don't really want this below the center line though. If you were to be below the center line, put in a higher low. We're still approaching power hour, 10 minutes left. Not terrible. Not terrible. Both of them moving as we thought they would. Where is my chat box? 214 likes. Wow. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Leptin, for those membership gifts. Thank you, Diana, for that donation. Thank you, everybody else, for hitting those like buttons. Appreciated. What's the chat box saying then? What are you saying, chat box? Anyone think Rowan Kitty made money in crypto and a bunch of capital people aren't accounting for? For sure, Christopher Murphy. For sure they did. Christopher Murphy, we're going to call you Spud. Yes, Spud. You nearly definitely did. Mr. Robot, hey, Wrinkle Brains. Does anyone know a way to enable long testing in Strategy Tester only in TradingView? Yep. Good luck, Kitty. AJD Productions. In your opinion, would it be safe to initiate ACATS right now with GME and LPSN? It takes 3 to 5 days, and well, you know, FOMO. Well, you know, FOMO. FOMO. Oh, look at that. Are you recovering? Are you recovering, Chewy? Mm. Eh. I don't know about that recovery yet. I didn't think it is recovering yet. Attack us, attack us. So you want to transfer your shares, huh? You want to transfer your shares from one brokerage to another broker, you're saying, right? I think that's what you're saying, EJD. Let me know more so I can answer your question properly. Attack us, ACATS. It's just when you transfer your shares. Shut up outside. Shut up outside. Automated customer account transfer service. So let me know what you're thinking. Like you're saying, like if um, I think what you mean is like, would it compromise your risk management and like because it takes 3 to 5 days, right? So you're saying in the next 3 to 5 days, my price drops so much that I would rather have sold them. I mean, maybe not. I mean, like, if that's what you're doing, why not just buy them in the other brokerage, right? Why not just sell them there and buy them there? If it's at a loss that you're selling it, then there's a capital gains benefit to recording a loss, right? It's the wash trade rule maybe you're worried about. So, but in which case, like, I'm just not sure what you mean by the question is, and like, is it safe to do it right now? But what do you mean? Outside of a try and answer it. Bacon pancakes. I need some gains. Grr. Gurry gur 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 gurdy gur gur. Well, hopefully GameStop pushes up now then. Sideways price action until power hour. That's what's going down there. That's what's going down, guys. So, Chewy's struggling there. GameStop. Boom. There we go. Nice one. Nice one. Don't you like being right? What's the significance of power hour really? That's a great question from Luke Spears. That's a great question from Luke Spears. So without having heard from you, EJD, just to like give you the thoughts that were going through my brain is, LPSN today in this particular moment is experiencing less volatility than is typical. Asking that to last 3 days, 5 days, that's a big ask. You know, the implications for you will depend on what your objectives are and how you would normally handle those particular types of stocks. And I'd really need to know more from you to answer that in any effective way. Yeah, I just can't answer it properly. Sorry, I can't. But if you do get back to me, I will try. Power hour. What's the significance of power hour? It's the main significance of it is the increased volume. You know, there's much more trade in volume. Now, I don't pay attention to any one trade in volume candle, but
I need a volunteer.
oh, we got another donation.
Come at me with an imaginary knife.
Tennessee Texan, Gree, let's go. Let's go, Gree.
Who's next?
Let's go. Let's check on Gree in a second. Thanks very much, Jen. That's really appreciated. Awesome. Awesome. Just double the show donation there. Thank you. Look who's doing what I said it would do. GameStop's doing what I said it would do. That's exciting. That's exciting. Aren't we all really chuffed that we're here? So it's the increased volume. And now, the volume itself I don't care about, but it speaks to the validity of those moves we see on the chart. So those moves hold more weight with regards to their implications for the rest of the trend when they happen in power hour than a couple hours beforehand. It's also true to say that there's a chance of greater volatility. So if price is going to move, it could move further in the last hour of the day. That there's shitloads of end of day adjustments that people do through ETFs, that large funds will do, and that, you know, just significant traders will take, you know, because people have got a timeline on their trades, so they'll manage their trade each day, and if things are moving within tolerance, then they'll just wait till power hour when they've got that benefit of the increased volatility, that security from higher volume, which allows them to interact with price with having less impact on price. And so, like, it's a strategic time. So you can, it's a strategic time to trade because there's the volatility would be potentially, if it's moving in your intended direction, beneficial to you at that point. It allows you to manage your position without being noticed as much, and much of that is due to the increased liquidity that's on the books there. So you can not hide, but you can operate more smoothly in power hour when you've got increased liquidity, because you're meeting the books with more liquidity on them too. And the fact that that is true, it becomes a self-reinforcing prophecy, because then more people join with more liquidity, and then add more liquidity to the books, which makes it safer for even bigger accounts with even bigger accounts, and so on. And so that's important. It's also distinct from the opening range, because at the end of the day, you've had a trend for that day, if not in that stock, in the sector, and in the broader indices. And so it's you get a degree of security operating in power hour that you don't in other times of the day. So it's a strategic moment during the day. So if you're looking to make a quick trade with a lot of liquidity, say you're trying to trade 8 million shares on LPSN, as somebody did in one block order on Friday, right? That's 10% of the total outstanding shares of the stock, more, right? More than 10% of the total outstanding shares of the stock. And that's because it was going through reconstitution in the Russell 3000. And so in that process, a lot of fund managers and a lot of different funds would have operated in unison, not in coordination to manipulate price, but instead to provide themselves and each other and the greater market with a degree of price stability. What you would do is you would wait till the end of the day, where there's more liquidity on the books, where the trend itself is more obvious, and then apply your strategy for changing that constitution. So you would have, say, put your 8, 10, 20 million buys, right, underneath price, and then sell the 8 million. And you'll absorb all of that downward pressure, and you'll be able to then buy the shares back or pass those shares on without causing a drastic impact on price, and benefiting from the potential move without lots of other traders getting in ahead of you. And so that's what happened on Friday. And the only time to do that would have been in power hour. It's also true to say that rebalancing typically happens towards the end of the day, and so that's the time to do that. So that's those things. That's um, the significance of power hour. There's probably other things which will come to me later. If they do, I'll try and remember. But that's like the main takeaway there. GameStop got to what level? 23.75. CHWY's low so far, 25, but 29. And here we are at power hour. So let's see how prices move. Let's see how they move and agree. Yay! Greed. This isn't even on the list of like Bitcoin miners and whatnot. I'm not sure if any other communities even know about this stock, because it was certainly not something I found out about elsewhere or somebody brought up in the chat box. It's a trade that this community know about. Why am I drawing gaps on the 15-minute 4A? There's a touch of risk there. Itsy bitsy polka dot bikini. I wouldn't put too much faith in this trend line, but it does exist. And you have gone through it. 2 touches in that. Ugh. I mean, it did find resistance at it temporarily, but like, so what? So what, Splitter? Is that a 786 as well? What's Bitcoin doing at the minute? Sorry, I have cat's hair in my eyes. Isn't that right, Coco? You got your hair in my eyes after a patting you like that. That's... Hey, Coco. Oh, you did want to eat, huh? Just on your own terms. Excuse me, GameStop. I need to look at Gree. Aye, so this is... I haven't touched that 50 simple, the 200 period moving average. There's a negative splay there on the moving averages. 50 simple's got a positive slope. The 200 period moving average, not quite yet, and that's a 4-hour time frame where you would likely see a little bit of resistance at that moving average on the first pass at least. As you see here. A lot of people taking profit. Price action holding top side of that gap, and ultimately getting a big push higher afterwards, percentage wise. If Gree is to recover now, this is a special treat for you. Now, I'm not saying that's happening immediately, or it'd be the only thing I was talking about, because there's obviously other dangers. But it's interesting. It's interesting, put it lightly. What you doing, Chewy? What you doing? End of the day. Hey, it's cheating. I can't keep treating people. They'll get spoiled. Get spoiled. You've got bullish divergence on the lows there. I mean, it could do this. Of course, it could do this. By the end of the day, but oof. Is that even right? This isn't right. How did I do it twice and not get it right? Ah, now I've got the wrong one. Ah. If I just zoom in, I'll just stop making my life hard and zoom in. So, there's an opportunity. Am I drawing these all on the 1 minute? Yes, what have I got in 15 minutes? Alrighty, Lipson. Alrighty. Up 3.22%. Good to see that. AMC's up 3.31%. Trading at 5.15. Good to see that for the folks in AMC. Good to see that. Where are my actual drawings on Lipson? This is annoying. Anyway, whatever. At the minute, I make decisions like, should I get this expensive underlay, which is an extra 5mm, right? I don't know what Americans use, which is an extra 5mm thick to block out more sound across these 16 square meters and this 8 square meters and this whatever 4x6 is, 2x6 is, 12 square meters. Should I get this? Should I get this underlay, which isn't that much more expensive, right? Should I get it, or should I buy Lipson with the difference? And I inevitably and invariably think things like, fuck it, I'll get Lipson. I'll get Lipson. Or I think things like, do I get, like, do I get an outside tap, which will cost like 90 minutes of a plumber's time, so about 120 quid or something. Do I get that, or do I buy another 200 Lipson? And I think to myself, fuck it, I'm going to buy a Lipson. Approaching that 200 simple, 50 simple above it. Oh my god, cat hair everywhere. It's actually up my nose now, which means it'll be in my lungs eventually. So we're in Power Hour, we're 10 minutes in it, and GameStop is being lackluster. Lackluster. Lipson's up on the date, so I can't really shout at it. Plus, nor would I want to. It's quite sensitive. GameStop still got that potential. Nothing bad happened. It's just nothing good yet. What's that box saying? Don't cheap out on underlay. No, I'm not cheaping out on it. Don't worry, I'm not cheaping out on it. I'm still going for good underlay. Still going from the good underlay. It's just, do I want the stuff that's extra thick? There was also a consideration of, do I need it? Because, fucking. Do I need it? I don't need it. And the guy in the shop was like, you didn't think I even needed the one I got, but the guy in the shop can shut up. I got the one I wanted. Lipson price target $10. Go 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 go. That's nice. I think that'd be a good price target. I also like the idea of it getting to $69. But I like that you've got that ambitious target there. How's CHWY looking in Power Hour, LTH? Disastrous. Disastrous. It's like a ship without a bell. GameStop hasn't actually done anything right since the Power Hour started. CHWY likewise hasn't done much, but is in a much more dangerous position, and on long term has sort of just seen a big rejection. You know, like CHWY's had a big rejection recently. There is potential for CHWY to do something. I just don't think it's immediate. The way it's currently behaving. Not all is lost, of course, because of this bullish divergence here. Price is lower, right? You can see the price is lower there. And that's that vertical line where the RSI is not as low. But this is a 15-second time frame, and it's put in a lower high, being rejected from the 200 simple, and then went below the 50 simple. So, like that in collection is not a good trifecta. Right? It's a trifecta of poo-poo. You don't want that. So, it being power hour and 45 minutes left, having got that signature at the minute, it's not great. Yeah, it's not great. Like you're still looking for a higher low here, and that could be one, but it would need to now push back up above 25.86. Ideally, it would get to 25.94, and you know you would want to see it in around here. That's what you'd want to see, which is interesting because you've got you've got interesting things there. It's just that they're not currently what you're aiming for. You're not getting a secure enough reason to start targeting that place, and like the stop distance on this thing for that target also doesn't make sense, you know, which would be something like this, right? You'd have to be below that prior low, in which case you're only looking at a 2.4 to 1. So the edge you'd be using, which that divergent there isn't suggesting that target, that's not enough of an edge for that target. The divergence you're looking at there is not a good enough edge for that risk reward ratio. I mean, you could tighten this up and put it like right there. It's still not a good enough risk reward ratio. Your entry would have to be like way down here, and the context of your question is power hour and not wanting to hold this thing over close. Then that's just nowhere near, like that's, you know, you'd have to wait for price to come back here, at which point it'd be putting in a lower low, having just put in a lower high. So it would be trading counter to the trend. It's not a sensible way to trade, you know. So I don't think CHWY's doing too fantastic there at this particular second in time. LPSN, on the other hand, is having a great power hour. GameStop is just not doing anything in power hour. It's like that. It's unusually sideways. On the 15 seconds, it looks more dramatic than it is. You know, it's pushed into this gap that it left this morning. It's a huge percentage move, but that encompasses more than just the gap because 3 minutes. You know, you had these positive moves before close on Friday, so the percentage distance isn't just the gap, it's... Oh. Well, that's no use, is it? Spotter. Ah, now it's a mess, isn't it? So, you know, it's in around there anyway, which is the problem, right? That it's not holding inside that gap, which speaks to like a lack of strength, because there's much less liquidity in this area than there is in these lower prices. And so if there was buying power in power hour with price in a gap, then you would expect it to go through it more easily than price going through other levels, because there's less liquidity on the books, so those orders that come in would easily clear up that which was there and then lift price through those areas, because you obviously have to get everything off the book to go higher. So that's something to think about. It's not having the best, it's not actually doing anything, right? There's very little to be said. I mean, I'm trying to construct a story there, but there's no story to be had. It's in this lower term frame uptrend. It's not doing terrible from where it opened at, right? You know, it's back close, approximately where it opened at today. So despite the fact that it's down 5% from where it closed on Friday, it's a very similar place to where it opened at today. And so no huge change there, right? No, really, no huge change. Do they make something to clean cat hair out of your nose? That would be a product I would buy. I wanted to show you this, but it's... Oh, you're working now. How kind. So our highest call strike now is at 30 bucks, which is a change, right? Because it was previously up here at 95, and now you've got 16,991 contracts. Which is exceeding this level. So a lot of bullish sentiment on GameStop on the option chain. These are 1 week expiries, right? People have bought these since Friday morning, which would have been the last update here. This thing's updated in the morning. So, not this website, right? Open interest. Gives a fuck about this stupid website. It breaks all the time. The open interest itself's open in the morning. This contract here has got increased activity on it. An awful lot of buying has come in on that contract. The put to call ratio at 0.41, you know, more than twice the amount of people on that option chain are looking for longs, and that speaks to bullish sentiment. But the vast majority of these people will sell their contracts, and it creates a stickiness on price. There's also these levels at 24. Below that, there's very little apart from shorts. At 20 bucks, ah, God. At 20 bucks, you know, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but because there's open interest that's short at 20 bucks, you might think that that would be a good area of support, and it's true. Is to say that about the chart is true also. How am I going to squeeze this over? Sorry, Lipson. Turn off drawings. Bing. So 20 bucks here. Tiny gap. And likely there's orders there, right? There'll be orders to buy it there because the price action subsequent to moving away from that point being an obvious one, so very obvious that it created a gap. There's likely orders there because it makes more sense to buy it at 20 bucks than it does to buy it at 21.78 or anywhere between where it is now and there. It makes way more sense. There's a gap to the top side, but at this stage, you know, GameStop's not. This isn't a gap that people are trading for because the price hasn't departed from that zone enough to give you enough of a risk reward to be even remotely worth your money. So in terms of the trading opportunity as presented by the chart at the moment, you're not getting it. But in terms of like where it might come in at, this is one potential consideration. Pushing above 24 at the minute. Likewise, with the $30, it's hard to get past all of that interest, that open interest, because most contracts, of course, right, terminated, not exercised. They'll be given back to the market maker, who will terminate them, matching them up with the other side of the trade, as and when it suits them, like literally when it fucking suits them. And what was I saying? Anyway, I get distracted when I think of market makers. So was there even a question? There wasn't. It was just me. Or was there a question? Yeah, so I did a poll on Twitter earlier and I said, Does Roaring Kitty sharing his CHWY position? You know, there was only 4 GME elitists, right? So the only people taking part in it were GME elitists because the instructions were very clear. This is a poll for GME elitists. Does Roaring Kitty sharing his position? If I actually got it, I'll just get it up and show you it because it's funny. Here's the poll. Oh, you'll want the chart up in the background, even if you can't see it. I know you will. What was I going? Yeah, so 1.6 million contracts at $30. That's bullish sentiment there, but it might cause a degree of stickiness over price. That $30 open interest note. And this is the pull here. Yes, this is a pull here, though you can't see it because. There it is, right? So, poll for GME elitists. On the reveal of Roaring Kitty's CHWY position, do you now look really stupid? Or always did look stupid? And those GME elitists, remarkably, despite their extreme cognitive bias, are now quite openly admitting that they always looked stupid, with more than 3/4 of them voting that they always looked stupid. So you don't need to take it from me, now you've got it from the horse's mouth. GME elitists themselves think that not only are they stupid right now, but they always looked stupid. Now if you yourself consider yourself to be a GME elitist, that's interesting, right? That's interesting. But I think that perhaps you're misinterpreting what that is because they've given themselves that nonsensical name. They're no more elite investors in GameStop than Stig in the Dump would be an elite investor. What they mean is that they don't buy anything else, right? They don't buy anything else. The reason they don't buy anything else is because they don't have enough money to buy anything else, right? Everything they've got, they've invested it at GameStop, and they don't have any other money. And that's not because they've invested so much of their money in GameStop. It's because they don't have much money. So the irony is that the most limited investors with the least amount of capital, with the least amount of skill at meeting the markets, and with the least ability to impact price or make any difference to their own lives, have given themselves the moniker of GME elitists, right? Which is kind of what you do when you're 4 years old. You make friends with Stig in the Dump, you've got a little fort, it's got a password to get in and a sign that says no girls, right? It's kind of like that. In fact, there is no more modern version of the clubhouse sign that says no girls than GME elitists, right? I expect that if I was to take a walk down the Dell, right, this park with trees and grass and a river running through it down here, where, you know, people set up dens and forts and that. I say people, but they're kids. And they, you know, they've got like a little mound of dirt under some leaves and whatnot, and maybe like an old tire or two. They'll craft a sign that says on it there GME elitists, and you'll think to yourself, wait a minute. And so there you go, right? So when you think of all these monikers you see online, when you see these silly names that people give themselves, although it might seem like, oh yeah, cool, I'm a GME elitist. In fact, while you might actually be a GME elitist with the true sense of the word, that's not who you're associating with that hashtag. You're in fact aligning yourself with a lot of 4-year-olds. If it was true that lots of 4-year-olds also were stupid fascists, right? Which is what they are, right? Now, they don't know themselves to be that way, but they want the government to intervene on their behalf and literally only for their stock, no others, even though it's obvious that these firms that are short in GME short other stocks. And it's true to say that they shorted other stocks more than 100% and don't have the shares to buy back. It's true to say that, right? And it doesn't matter if you do a split in order to create more shares so that you can give to somebody, right? Because you'll also impact and dilute them. So if those 4-year-olds are not only in a little fort in a den, but that fort in a den aims to usurp the democratic control of your country, take control of the government, and then impinge upon your democratic rights. If those 4-year-olds had that agenda, right, then you'd be able to call them GME elitists. In fact, right, this is all just a story. And in actual fact, those 4-year-olds don't say GME elitist on the door. They still say no girls allowed. They still say that on those forts. Unless it's a fort run by girls, in which case they say no boys allowed. And you might think to yourself, oh, is that AMC? Is that the local AMC fort? No, it isn't. It's just a bunch of 4-year-olds. They're not fascists. They don't want government intervention. They'll completely want. They actually want independence and to be away from. This is their little fort and their little territory. And I respect that, right? I respect that, and I think that that's great. But this idea that they're, actually elite at something. That's something we leave them to think, right? Both groups, right? The AMC group, the GME elitists, the fascists too, the actual adult, fully grown. We all leave them to think that, because you can't have a serious conversation with a 4-year-old, right? You can't have that, right? You might attempt to ask that 4-year-old questions like, did you wash your teeth? Why do you think it's a good idea to wash your teeth? Help them tie their shoes, that sort of thing, right? You might talk to them about how you loop it over and under, how you pull it tighter. You might explain to them little concepts in the hope that they'll pick up on granules on what you're saying, and later on, when they fully develop their brain, that they'll be able to interact with you, right? That's maybe what you're hoping for there. Probably only if you're their parent though, because otherwise, you probably have serious shit to do, and people don't spend their time talking to 4-year-olds. So essentially, that's what I was looking for there. And here we have the tweet. Do you think yourself as a dumbass? Have you always thought of yourself as a dumbass? Are you in fact a complete dumbass? And the answer there is yes, they are. They're a complete dumbass. Right? Now that's coming from somebody who believes in GameStop. So, make of that what you will. GameStop, this is a power hour doing nothing thing that GameStop's up to. Into that gap again. Obviously, it's closed a chunk of it, so you need to do slightly better, GameStop. CHWY, it's fucking awful, like we said it would be. But remember, technical analysis doesn't work. This is magic. Right, jazz hands, in some jurisdictions known as magic hands. It's amazing, right? Technical analysis, it doesn't work on manipulated stocks. The more manipulated it is, the less it works. Obviously, that's how that logic would go. And so what you're witnessing here is real magic, right? Real magic that confuses and befuddles the 4-year-old fascist. People say to me things like, when you use the word fascist, that's just you being a left-wing something, sentence, right? And it's amazing. They get like a number of sentences together when they measure it. I don't give a fucking shit about your political ideologies, right? I don't give a fucking shit. I understand what they are, right? It's when you want the government, fascism, when you want the government to control the means and the methods of production, right? That's what that is. And both sides of the aisle want that, right? Nowadays in America, like, you should be completely ignorant to imagine otherwise. So I'm not... I'm a trader, Anyway, look at Lipson, it's fucking flying. Boom, up 4.55%. It deserves both screens. Both screens for close. GameStop doing alright. CHWY doing absolutely shit. Lipson totally killing it. You probably can't see because it's mostly Rice Krispies, but why is that? Oh, I'm moving something on the chart. If I lock it, will that stop happening? Yeah. So Lipson's up here, way up here, back above 0.6 again. Wow, wowie, wowie. 0.6069 to be exact. Wow, fantastic. GameStop. Alrighty, you did try harder. Try higher. Whatever, harder, fuck it, whatever. Who cares at this stage? It's going up. 27 minutes left on the day. People slapping to ask. CHWY. I mean, that's not terrible, right? You've got bullish divergence here. That can easily test up towards 25.62 and then be a piece of crap again. It's a little bit much at this stage asking it back above, much back above 25.60. Maybe you get this test of this moving average having gone through this guy, and they are the two most important moving averages. So people say to me things like, yeah, but when you're on a lower time frame, blah, 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 blah. I can't remember what the rest of they say, but there's something about moving averages and how I say, yeah, but 50 simple and 200. And they're like, yeah, but blah, 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 blah. And it's like, where did you read that? You know, like half an hour ago. Where did you read that half an hour ago? And how come it inspired you with so much confidence that you could come along and start an argument with somebody? You know, where did you read it? Yes, there are other moving averages. Yes, shorter moving averages speak to the shorter term time frame. In terms of the momentum and the average price behavior, that doesn't mean they're more important. You know what I mean? What makes them important is how lots of traders use them. Beep. And nobody uses, there is no moving averages used more than the 50 and 200. So yeah, so where did you read that, you weirdos? Right, so not on anything I wrote anyway. So what did it get to? 25.60, that's crap. Come on, CHWY, you're a piece of crap. What you like? What have I missed? Shit, I've missed loads of stuff here. I haven't even seen the chat box in a minute, sorry. Oh, Jamie, recently you mentioned knowing why there are some surges end of day. Is that some sort of MOC play? Nana. 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 Nah, nah, nah. Nah, nah, nah. Nana, are you in a gang? That question is a good one. I kind of answered that about the significance of Power Hour a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to because I could have been talking about something specifically there. If you can, was it in a context of a conversation about something in particular? Like a particular stock or... You know, like I think I've maybe answered it generally, market on close. People market buy on close. Oh right, on Lipson. Because so do you know the leader of GTS, the market maker for NYSE, who are in control of both the stocks and option chain on Lipson? Do you know him and GTS and their series of fines, their behavior, which is reprehensible, at least as bad as what Citadel are doing, probably worse if the truth would be known, and the way that they counter people with their algorithmic trading? Do you understand or know anything about this? The best way to hit those people is to slap it to ask at the end of the day. It's the best way to do it. You slap it to ask at the end of the day, and then their ability to counter your behavior with their own actions is severely restricted. Severely restricted. Not because of the lack of liquidity or whatever, right? There's already fuck all liquidity on Lipson. We've bought it all. We've bought it all, pretty much. You know, we've bought it all. We've even watched ourselves buy it all, and seen how the option contracts are written to try and fill the spread, and then watched how the contracts have disappeared as certain prices are hit. And we're talking about the market makers there, not our retail traders. And scoped out what they're trying to do, how it would tie back into their algorithms, and why these particular actions happen. So knowing what we do know, some of us like to slap it to ask at the end of the day, or just, you know, buy it then rather than buying at other points. Slap it to ask at the end of the day, doom. I was in GME on the 25th. What happened on the 25th? Tuesday. I can't remember the context of what I was talking about, but I probably answered it in that question about how to counter the people that are on the short side of the trade, or in the previous question when Mr. Luke Spears asked about why it is that Power Hour has significance. Right. There's also, you know, GameStop's in lots of different ETFs, and if they've got rebalancing, or certainly if there's any sort of reconstitution, then you're likely to see it in around there. And if they're using, also, you know, the settlement period T+1, if you're stretching your locates out a little bit, and you still want to meet the settlement period, then the furthest you can do it to is the end of the day. Love me some LPSN. Same here, I'm a big fan of the old LPSN, so I am. LPSN! Just going up even more. Good old LPSN. Having recently put in this higher high in relation to the trend here, you can see that these lows make sense. Higher lows, all in a linear fashion, match the angle of match the angular trajectory on the top side resistance with the low side. So some people would look at it as a parallel channel or whatever, but you're on tiny time frames, so like the ambiguity with regards to it being broadening formation, well, not all that important. GameStop 23.63. How high did it get? 23.78. What did we say it might get to? Well, that was one area. 141. There's still 20 minutes left. And this is a higher high. This is a higher low. Cut back over here. Oh my god. Oh, it's locked. Wondered what was... I was about to get angry at TradingView again. I do that a lot. I get angry at TradingView, and it's my own fault. Sorry, TradingView. Hey, can you draw a channel on this? It would make it easier on me if you could. One line instead of 3, Spada. Yeah, you can, good. So that's a body close. These are wicks. And these are all much of a muchness. Basis line in this thing giving us a little bit of useful utility, a little bit of utility then. Perhaps if I moved it slightly, you'd get an intersection there. But this is good enough. As you can see, it's quite obvious that the buy zone, the optimal buy at the minute, is in at around 23.44. LPSN, on the other hand, I mean, personally, I think you're really splitting hairs there. Risk management and whatnot will dictate that you need a strategy, but you know, I really hope people understand the timeline involved in the memes. You know, I keep telling people there's a timeline in the memes. And the memes have got timeline in them, and in those memes you can find a timeline, and that timeline speaks to what's going to happen on LPSN, and you can find it in the memes. So I really hope people get that and see that and figure that out. What I anticipate happening, and you know, obviously I chat about things with the purple hat. So you know, there's that. The logic and the reason, of course, is on the LPSN thread on Discord. Oh look, somebody's slapping the bid. Slapping the bid at the end of the day. Is it you, Ari? You like Ari, eh? You're gonna get yourself in trouble again, Ari. You're gonna get yourself in trouble again. You might not be aware of this, but you know, there's a company, MMTLP. There's like, I mean, there's fucking hundreds of them at this stage. You know, a lot of people would think, like, if there was crime there, it was GTS. A lot of people would think that. no comment from me, obviously. But a lot of people would say that, and then those people might want to, might want some revenge. Now, it's definitely true to say that hedge funds don't go after individual traders to get revenge on them in any sort of coordinated fashion, and that it would be not particularly logical to try and base your trading around that idea. But if you're an individual retail trader and you want to get revenge on a hedge fund, or let's just call them a algorithmic trading fund, and you were annoyed about certain things that had happened in the past, especially if you were an MMTLP investor, maybe you'd think like, well, that's worth a couple of bucks. Maybe it's worth a couple of bucks. And there's many thousands of people they've screwed over before. So you could just enact some Chinese stock market torture on these people, death by 1,000 cuts. You probably make money too on your $2, but you could do it. Everybody could. That'd be 4 shares at this rate, nearly. Wow. Oh, look at that. Back to the 200. Oh my god, Ari, what you like? We'll keep this up for close. What's Chewy doing? Just quickly look at Chewy. It's done those things we said it would do so far. And worse. Oh, and worse. Oh. Chewy. Chewy. How could you, Chewy? I better stop that or Coco will get upset. Oh. So, GameStop, what are you doing? You're not doing it yet. We've got 16 minutes left. Excuse me for a second. Yeah, mostly yeah, good shout, mostly the bees. There's those lines working out again. It's disgusting, isn't it? It's disgusting. How dare you do that, Lines? It's disgusting. Bloody hell, CHWY. I was a little reticent to give it so much exposure here on the channel. CHWY certainly isn't a lip sync, that's for sure. Lip sync. Lip sync. Oh my god. Looks like somebody just went and bought some. Bitcoin still holding 63. That's a buy there. Let's see how it reacts. Six minutes left. Plenty of time then. Plenty of time for the stonks. Plenty of time for the stonks. That's quite steep. Not demasiado steep. Do you still have to get up a different bloody line to get the angle on these? Yeah. 50%. It's not too bad actually. It's just there at the right level. Now go away, stupid info line. Oh my goodness gracious me, GameStop. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I think I'm 50% cat hair at this point. Oh my god, somebody else is buying it. It's not me anymore. I'm back on the camera. Right, so Yeesh. Happy faces in the chat box. Flamin' Lipson. That's a pretty good one. Flamin' Lips are great, eh? Only turn up so late all the time. They always turn up so late. And some of their songs are like quite hard to dance to. Still, they're great. That was my trade. I'm dead. How can we be moving it that easily? Tradespot. Lipson to the moon. Lipson to the moon. Congratulations, Jen. Bing bong. Yes, thank you very much for your service there. Thank you, Jen. Tracepoint, where are you in CHWY? Had some, not in it anymore. Haven't been in it since whatever it was. Above 24, I haven't been in it, so more fool me, right? More fool me for not trusting Rocky. I bought some a few minutes ago and got internal server error. Then it went through in a partial fill, and then the rest of the order filled a few seconds later. That is suspicious, isn't it? Suspicious. Kitties, $12 at the start of the stream. Tennessee Texan and Diana Stevens. Thank you so much for supporting the show today. And Shadow Lepton got 5 membership gifts. For very, very lucky people. So lucky. Condolences, TraceBot. Thank you, CC. It's appreciated. We're headed to the moon. Into the moon. We're going to capture the moon and take it with us because it also wants to escape. So we're going to take the moon and we're going to take it and go on some space holiday. Marcus got bingo. Marcus got bingo. I got this device. After I had the people smash my nose about. I had this device where you could squeeze stuff up at your nose. That is, squeeze stuff up your nose. Like it was a solution that cost money, but it's just water with salt in it. And I threw it out, but now I wish I'd kept it because I don't know how else to get this bloody cat hair out of my mouth. Nose. It'll soon be in my mouth. It'll be in the back of my throat. I know. What else is the people saying? Questions about that case being dismissed against Roaring Kitty. Which one is it? Your guy? Your boy, what's his name? I thought that the Eastern District of New York were also trying to sue him for something. Same thing, I imagine. But I thought it was also them trying to sue him. Dun, 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 dun. I'm not sure if the guy's shareholding that was initially launching the class action would have implications for whether it's taken seriously or not. You know, the crime isn't measured by the extent of the initial plaintiff's holdings, but more so by the alleged actions of the perpetrator. So, I also didn't see any news about it being dismissed. But if it was, I'm sure that would be something to celebrate. He himself probably, I mean, he'll take these things seriously, but I don't imagine he's too worried about it. I've been buying up listen like it's a drug. GTA, good to see you, my friend. I couldn't reach my son. Apparently it was a case registered in New York and a voluntary dismissal. Does that mean it's not that weirdo that we were talking about earlier? Jerk hole. At 58 cents, Rod. Bang. What is it? Is it closed yet? It has closed. They've all closed. GameStop. Let's get to extra hours up. Extra. Extended. Who cares about extended? We're into the extra. Extra. And we've got to close at 0.5954 on Lipson. Alright, that's not terrible. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on today's price action? You guys can lead the conversation and we'll chat about them and then make a wee clip with all of that chat box contextual knowledge and feelings included. Let me know your thoughts on price action while I wish that this... What is going on? I've got the feeling that I'm eventually going to get that hair and it's going to be like 58 meters long. I'm really freaking myself out now. Ugh. Phew, I just checked that. I thought for a second there I had my Twitter, not that there'd be anything wrong with it, but I thought I had my Twitter covering price action for the last 10 minutes of the day, but that didn't happen. Did I just see that closing price change again? Am I imagining things, or did that change? Did anybody else see that? I'm probably better off not knowing, actually. I'm probably better off not knowing. It just makes me angry. And we'll start smelling burnt toast again. Where is burnt toast anyway? Where are you at, mate? Which one of you bought 143,000 Lipson at market close? Which one of you was it? Which one of you sneakies was it? Hey? Which one is? I don't know. I've got no idea. I don't know. I don't know who it was. It wasn't me anyway. It wasn't me at that moment in time. My last order of Lipson order didn't fill. I guess I'll have to add more tomorrow. Rory and Katie did something, so I did something. Would you jump off a cliff just because Rory and Katie jumped off a cliff? Cook a hot pepper in a pan with no oil or water. Water? Who's cooking? Who's frying with water? Who's out here frying with water, possum? No fake legal problems. I know. It would have been funny. Neti pot works good for clearing your sinuses. My sinuses are grand. It's the fucking part of me. It's the cat hair. Get out with a vacuum. But what if my little brain slipped out, Emmanuel? Stick it up there or roll it around. That's what she said. Cat hair in the nose, you need a tiny lint roller. Or a bigger nose, right? Or a bigger nose. $18 on me at the old course when Lipson blasts off. Adrian Martinez. Alrighty. That sounds good. That sounds great. So what are your thoughts on price action? I was going to include it in the old summoning up stuff, in it, but I don't know. If you like. Well, it was one he is back in Lipson. Disgusting. Have you seen that meme? I'll probably get done for sharing it, eh? I don't know how popular it is in America. Everyone in Scotland knows about it. Honestly, I might have prepared to test a bit lower. Yeah, it could have gone lower and not broken market structure. It would have been fine. I keep trying to get it out, but it's too far up there unless I like really go for it, and I'm going to really go for it on YouTube. Jeepers Creepers. Chatbot appears not to be working on my screen. It's not moving. Come on, Chatbox. Where are you? Move, Chatbox. There it goes. I've got it moving again. Somebody that has 143,000 more lips than I do. That lucky faker. Trying again tomorrow. Another day. Cat hair is good for you, made out of pure love fibers. Amoral fibrins. Lawsuit drops against kitties. Is that the case? Has anyone got a link to that? Fry bacon in water. That's a good idea, GTA. Yeah, fry bacon in water. I forgot about that. That is a good one, yeah. That is a good one. That's a good one for getting the fat away from it all. You know, because that yellow, white fat, I hate that. Looks disgusting when you're cooking bacon. You have to wash it off anyway afterwards. Might as well get rid of it in the pan. Good thinking. Obviously, you'll poach an egg, but then that's not frying, innit? if a mod has a link, if a mod has a link to this idea Roaring Kitty's case has been dropped, I shall check it out. I'll quickly look. I mean, I imagine that would be shared on Superstonk, right? So I'll have a quick look. Hey, it says it has been dismissed. Voluntary dismissal. Patrick. His middle name's Patrick. I should have known, eh? Of course he's a paddy. Spud in the chat box there. He probably knew. Did you, Spud? Sorry, I've got dodgy knees, it turns out. So you just have to sit and bear with me while I do this magic trick where I shake it about and then it stops annoying me quite as much. I'm sure it's bad to have dodgy knees. I'm sure that's not a great thing. I'm not going to dwell on it though. Right, so the thoughts in the chat box, what is they? See, if Roaring Kitty now admits he's a cat, then he'll have committed fraud by saying he wasn't a cat on that SEC filing. I know what you mean, Dean, but he's in trouble if he isn't. If he is, he'll be in trouble, you know. And cats are very much into justice, right? So if he's been claiming not to be a cat while he actually was a cat, they're going to be super upset, right? They'll probably like do that thing where they walk up to him, ask to be patted, and as soon as he goes to pat them, they'll walk away just out of reach, and that's so annoying. And things like that could happen to him. He could be exposed to that kind of treatment. Yes, it's serious, says Colin, and he's right, serious. Anything crazy happened while I was gone? How long were you away for Serrera? Why? Simple's got some messages. Barry Buzzaba, the timeline for what we anticipate happening in Lipson is in the memes. The due diligence and the logic and rationale, it's real due diligence now, right? It's not due diligence like, here guys, I've got this idea. Hey guys, what do you think of this? It's not like that. It's real due diligence. And it's a really high bar of understanding there. So if you've got any questions about the things, any of the things that I've mentioned, and now there's so much I've covered there, so there was undoubtedly going to be questions, and if you want to know anything about it, it's a really amazing opportunity for you to level up your fundamental analysis and understand the process and what that actually means. People need to fix their brakes. This is awful. That's a great. It's a great thread there. It's a great thread. So you should check that out. With regards to the timeline, that's not due diligence. That's just strong suspicions and based on things that will happen, and you know, an interesting discussion there. But you know, it's all for you guys to see and enjoy and work out and have fun over, as opposed to how to structure your trades. That'll be the technical analysis, and then the due diligence. That's and like people like people regularly say TradePoint. Why won't you make any serious videos on Lipson? that's This is a serious video today, and we talked about Lipson, so that would be an oversight on those people asking that question, an oversight on their part. Symbol says he would have preferred it to test lower. Marcus, with his exceptional IQ, is going to be delving into the emoji calendar for us. I enjoy the emoji calendar. You know, it's good laugh. It's a good laugh, and there's interesting things there that might point to, you know, strategic decisions with regards to your trade. They might, but I didn't make that calendar, so I can't really speak to that. I can say that it's fun, but you really want you want to combine it. You're going to combine it with the TA, and the TA being the larger part of that alloy. I mean, you need a 40-hour sleep. That will wreck your brain. I'm not sure what that noise is outside. It's awful. Is the emoji calendar better than Bastille Day? Oh yeah, the Bastille Day. But what was that because of the color of the logo or something? What was that again? I can't remember now. Hammer Candle on the GME Daily. Right. We have Luke Spears and Symbol. And a little bit there to the take on today's price action, which I'll cover in this brief synopsis. And then I'll do a little bit of technical analysis on GameStop and LPSN. So the closing price. Fuck off, it's changed again. Fuck right off. Did that change as well? Did everything change? Closing prices just mean shit all nowadays, doesn't it? It's only the most important price of the day. Like, who cares, eh? It's only the most important price of the day. It's only the crucial time to get it right. I may leave that out of my synopsis. Where is this button? I'm just going to actually go and blow my nose. I should have thought of this. I should have figured this out a while ago, shouldn't I? Traders, investors, investors. Price action doesn't matter, Jamie, just the spread. Nah, that's a question. That's a good question. I might get to that after. Ladies and gentlemen, traders and investors, welcome to the Trade Spot and Clip on GameStop, Lisbon and CHWY. CHWY, if you haven't heard of it, is a pet trading store. What a wild ride we saw in the markets today. GME closing down 5.43% at 23 spot, let me just double check because the price changes, spot 33, so that's actually 5.51%. Because the closing prices aren't correct. So GME shaking up the markets a little bit again, but hold on to your tinfoil hats because the real action has been in the options market. We've seen an intense flurry with 16,000 contracts plus now on that $30 strike, making it the hottest ticket in town. We were previously talking about in at around 95. For this week's expiry being the most popular node on the open interest. But that's changed with a more realistic but still very bullish sentiment taken away from the options chain, despite the fact that Roaring Kitty opened up a position in CHWY, which is the equivalent dollar value of what he's got in GameStop. But if you don't think that there's any fun and games going on there, then welcome to Roaring Kitty and the stock market in 2024. Let's dive into some insights from the community then. Symbol 618 shares his thoughts. For whatever it's worth, I had 23 spot 12 and 22 spot 40 as important levels of support. The drop was steep, but it sure didn't look like panic selling. What Symbol is pointing out here is that despite the sharp decline, the stock price found some stability around key support levels, and it suggests that the selling wasn't driven by a panic in the markets, but it was a more controlled, perhaps even strategic unwinding of certain positions that brought price to those areas. Your friend and mine, Keith Patrick Gill, had a mixed day. The good news is that the most recent case against him was dismissed, so cheers to that, everybody. However, the bad news is that that latest darling of his, CHWY, took a bit of a hit, dropping 6.61% to 25.44. Now, I'm not going to check if that closing price is updated because it'll annoy me. Luke Spears chimed in with some positive technical perspectives, saying that there was a hammer candle on GME's daily. So we'll check that out as well. For those who might not know, a hammer candle is a bullish reversal pattern. It typically forms after a downtrend, and it suggests that despite some selling pressure, buyers stepped in to push price back up again, which could then indicate a potential rebound. Additionally, many traders have noticed that closing prices on many stocks now seem to change after the close, right? Now, it's me pointing this out. I'm those many traders. It can be very disconcerting when you see this happening because it creates uncertainty about the true closing price. And for traders, this will give you pause for thought as it complicates the analysis and then also leads into your decision-making processes. So it makes it harder to determine the real end-of-day sentiment and prepare for the next trading session. It also gives you serious doubts about the validity of price at all times. Additionally, traders notice that volatility is becoming very concerning for amateur traders, and we saw strange manifestations of that in the chat box today. It was a really strange day in the chat box. For people who follow Keith moves without doing their own technical analysis, there's great danger. So folks, if you find yourself in this camp, I have this top tip for you. Check out Rocky Outcrop on YouTube. This guy's got all the moves and he calls them ahead of the news. So that'll give you a chance to stay ahead of the game and not get caught underwater as soon as you open a new position in a new stock. Definitely think about that. And as we wrap up the little summary, let's get in and do the technical analysis. You'll still have to do your own homework if you want to stay safe. You can't just follow TradeSpotting and think that gives you all the answers. You will need to add your own value, and you'll need to always be ready for that next big move. So let's check it out. We're going to first start on GameStop here, and we'll work our way down from the weekly time frame. We don't need these drawings on because they just confuse the picture. And obviously price action, having made this strong move to the top side, broken a long-term downward sloping diagonal. And the question is then, where's the important horizontal levels on price action? And they'd be these closing prices on the weekly candles. A little bit of a doji there, I'd say, on the weekly so far. Mind you, we've just started. Today is Monday. It has left a little bit of a gap, which hasn't been quite closed by today's price action. And that gives traders something to aim for to the top side. If you're looking for support, the next important body close is way down at $19 and change, maybe 18, which would suggest that the gap below price action, which is found on the 4-hour and below, that could be closed if GameStop wants to come back down and test that level of support. This is also a breakout trade, and despite people arguing with me in the comments on my latest video, the strongest breakouts come with a retest. The reason for that is because when price comes back to a breakout level, finds support and then goes on again, you can have confidence that there might be an uptrend in place, and you'd be looking then for higher highs, with that test being a higher low. Clearly, anywhere in around these levels would be higher than these previous lows. In order to get an uptrend, you need higher highs and higher lows in sequence, and that speaks to the validity of this sequence. So it wouldn't be all that bearish for price action to come back down and test $19 or even $18 and change. Down to the daily time frame, you can see there's been a lot of sideways price action. The volatility on GameStop very constrained compared to these previous moves we've seen. It's also true to say go back into this period of time before GameStop broke out of this previous formation and say that at that point it was experiencing more volatility than it has been in the last few days. So that's also interesting, especially when you compare it with this signature on the momentum here. This is the RSI. You can see it lost its own moving average and it's most recently lost the center line. It's putting in lower lows. Price action itself not quite doing that yet. You go back and compare it to this previous price action, you can see it's more or less at an important level of support. And that speaks to why if it does break, you might come back and test the next level of support. And looking at these daily candle closes, we can see that that's maybe even around those $18 levels as well. So if you're looking at the weekly, you've got an important inflection point on price. If you're looking at the daily, you've got added confluence around those same levels. On the 4-hour time frame then, and we can go back to the regular hours to see this gap. There it is in around 1970, 69, call it. I think we decided on that because we plumped for that because it's more interesting and fun. But, you know, give or take a couple of cents, that's the area to look to when this opportunity starts building up for buys again. It could easily get to these areas. We turn on the drawings and, you know, cover your eyes, cover your eyes. You can see this potential trade setup we had previously. It speaks to this opportunity that's still there in terms of closing that gap. And there's so many drawings we can't see. I'm just going to turn them off again. So if price action does get down to those levels, it would represent a potential buying opportunity. You have to manage your risk though. Managing your risk with an entry and a stop loss means that you can then also pick a target to aim for and develop a risk-reward ratio. That ratio might be 3 to 1, might be 5 to 1. If your edge, that is the trading strategy you use, works out more often than 3 to 1, 5 to 1 and so on, you could then take that opportunity and expect over time that you would make money with that strategy. Now, it's very difficult to take profit on GameStop, and speaking to that type of investor who only wants to buy and hold, it may well be then that you want to look for other avenues to exploit your capital that you've invested in the stock, which is why lots more people are getting more and more interested in that option chain. If you're looking for tips and tricks on how to manage your GameStop position with options, join the Discord. There's a free, go to the free side of Discord, and then people will ignore you when you ask serious questions like that and tell you should be on the paid side. You can get there via Rocky Outcrop's Patreon. He's also who you should follow if you want to be able to exploit these moves ahead of all the famous influencers pumping things and actually benefit from those moves rather than be caught up as somebody else's liquidity. So focus on how you can improve your own approach to price, aligning yourself with good people with experience, and Rocky Outcrop's a very experienced trader coach, and you'll be in a community of like-minded people. Down the hourly time frame, and you can see that this gap to the top side still exists. You'd close that at 24.29. If Luke Spears is right with this idea of a bullish hammer, then you might be trying to target that sort of area. Anything above there would speak to a strong recovery because you'd have managed to close that important artifact and recover from a previous low. At that low, you can see you previously had the RSI at a similar level, and so price coming back and testing there and bouncing to the top side would be confirming that area's support, and you may then look for price to test up again slightly higher to 26.80. If it breaks that, then you'll be looking for this important level. That's a strong inflection point at $30 for GameStop, partly because of the open interest, and like I say, the highest call open interest strike now coming in at $30. There's 16,991 contracts there, so 1.6 million shares. That's a significant chunk of what outstanding shares available at GameStop at any given time, the float and what retail would be trading. Now, of course, they're not all going to be exercised. It would speak to shitloads of money that doesn't exist, and those retail traders don't have that. But if it is to be that price closes this week below 30, then that's a gift to the short side of the trade, handing them shitloads of liquidity. And when you consider that the put to call ratio is 0.415, the bullish sentiment on GameStop then that we see manifest in the option chain still going strong, but every week these side of the trade taking a bit of a hit. That could have an impact on the enthusiasm and the hype surrounding the community. So the way to safeguard yourself against sentiment changing and your own psychology being impacted is to develop a plan for how you're going to approach price and be a strategic trader. We recently covered a very important book called The Playbook by Mike Bellafiore in the book club on their Discord there. It's free for everybody to be joining it. And in the next book, we've got Mastering the Mental Game of Trading. Now, that's very important tips there in that book and this one coming up on how you can protect your psychology from other traders impacting you with their thoughts. And it's wise to think about methods and means to do that, because fear and anxiety, greed and sloppiness, that can speak to your consciousness, and your consciousness can't speak to you. And so understanding what your plan is, what your strategy is, and acting on it will help you make the most of price and your own capital. It's wise and fun and interesting to involve yourself in the greater conversations about things like the emoji calendar, which we all do and we have a good laugh about, but it isn't how we make our trading decisions, and I want better for you, so think about it. Also, that good news, confirmation here, we get it from Superstonk, United States District Court, Eastern District of New York. Wow, what a weird way of saying that. It's been dismissed, this case, by Martin Radev, and that means good news for Roaring Kitty. Perhaps alleviating a little bit of that anxiety in the market with regards to how GameStop's going to perform in the short term. And now we're down to the 15-minute time frame. Dare I turn on the drawings again? Yes, a little bit of interesting information here then. You can see that there's potential for price to move to the top side. If you're looking at this as an inverted head and shoulders, then you have one shoulder, the head, and I mean, you'd be far really reaching to be calling that a right shoulder. But if you are looking for the measured move from this area in price, dropping it on the breakout point, which we'll call the gap, the bottom side of that gap, which is obviously above price, then you might be looking for a target in around 24.74, 24.95, that sort of zone. And if it is that price action is to move beyond those areas, then we've got $30 as a target, and refer you back to that open interest node. When price pushes above that, a lot of contracts will be closing. That'll add a little bit of selling pressure onto the market. It's wise to be aware of that. And Jeepers Creepers, I've said the word wise lots. So just listening to this update's probably made you really intelligent. Hit the like button. Jump in tomorrow on the live stream. It'd be great to see you. Thank you very much for watching this clip. See you in the next one. I've been Trade Spotting. Hey, what was that like? What was that like? Was that good? Was that satisfying? Oh, emojis in the chat box at the same time. Very good, says Marcus. Awesome. Bloody great, says Colin. Just super. On point, beautiful. What a lovely adjectives. God, guys, I appreciate you and your beautiful commentary. So that's what we're looking at for GameStop. Somebody asked me a question and I can't remember what it was. Alrighty. Well, I'll put that clip up. Awesome, dude. Have a great evening. Thank you very much, Adman. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Emmanuel Del Galdelio. Good to see you, Sarah. Jump straight in. Really active in the chat box. Hope you had a good day. I hope you get that sleep you need. Lots of links there in the chat box too. Is there such a thing as regular hours? In this day and age of zero contracts, 0 hour contracts, you heard of them? They're a big thing in Britain. We'll give you a job, but we're not giving you any hours to work. Go figure. Curious if you see a possible setup in a 15-minute GME, perhaps invalidated by today's open. Today's open 15-minute. What is it that you're thinking about? That's the 15-minute. This guy. You're talking about this guy. Is that a low? There's so many drawings. It's a little bit too far, but it's not completely. The formation itself isn't invalidated by that. Let me just check if I've got that. Right, no, it's slightly higher. That's about right. I mean, everything's a little bit wrong. Everything's that little bit wrong. You know, everything's that little bit wrong with it. So if you're talking about this harmonic, then yes. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, but yes, and it has been invalidated by today's price action. If you're talking about this, then yes, it's also not right. And as try as I might, I can't make it fit to the parameters of a harmonic. So I'd be a little bit cautious of using that at all, right? At all, using it at all. If you were using it, it matches up with the measured move here, right? It's just that it's a bit made up. It's a little bit made up. But I mean, I appreciate that commentary. That's a nice point you made there, and it's good eye you've got spotting that there, just off the top of your head, if that's what you did. So good work. It's just, yeah, it's more true to say that this is correct, which it isn't really. Right, but I mean, you can just put it in the wrong place and make it look like it's right. It's just that's not what you would want there. You'd want, you know, it's just not right. So, Nana, was it yourself that asked? It was a great question. It added lots of value at the end of the show. I'm sure the people who stuck around after I said bye there will find some value in that. The reason that you'd be looking at this as a harmonic is because it's putting in an M, right? That's that M shape there you see in price. And if you're looking for harmonics, an M is what to look for, or a W, of course. You know, that sort of thing. Though that's a bit of a stretch, like I say. So yeah, it was a really good spot. It's really, did I even use that high? I should have. Which would make it even worse, probably. Did I use that? Anyway, whatever. I think that even then it was a little bit of a stretch, and it's probably broken it with today's price action. But it's a good spot, and it speaks to your eye for price action. And I want to see you back here, Nana, working hard. You'll also get a lot of tips from other people. Was it yourself said you'd watched the Harmonics series? Good on you if it was. Thanks very much for that contribution, Nana. It's good. If you'd been here a little bit earlier, I'd have included it in the ending clip and talked about it. Does Risky Docky's Discord point out the trades to take and why, or is it more of a place for lessons? So the way to answer that question is it does both of those things, but of course it's the people on the Discord that do those things. So some people post about trades that they think are really good, but they're talking about their own trading style. They're well versed in strategy, and they're speaking to how they're going to proceed with regards to any given ticker and how they'll manage their risk on it. So some people will look at it as a resource for those type of things. But the benefit of it goes much beyond singular trade setups. And any of those trades that are shared will likely include a big lesson for others on how to approach price. There's also lots of coaching that goes on, even on the free side, where you speak to people, we speak to people, and you know other experienced traders do too, pointing out things that they might have missed in order to prompt them to think deeper about the trading decisions they're making. So it does both. It's a trading Discord, and on that you've got traders. They share trade setups and they share the result and the outcomes of them. And trading is about the outcomes, but getting better at it is about the process. So you include the process and the outcomes, and the objective is to help everybody level up in their own process, which will also then obviously derive those outcomes, as opposed to a shortcut to success, because there is no such thing as a shortcut. If it was a wise idea to take shortcuts, then it would be called the way. It's not. It's called a shortcut. And in that shortcut, you're always going to be sacrificing something that other people would do. And whether it's because they're a big scaredy cat or because they know that that's the correct way, the right path, and the route to follow, it is up to you to decide. But people will use the Discord for their own purposes, of course. And so I can't speak to every individual's attitude, but I can say that the culture there is very much about leveling people up. And the adage, the phrase that is most commonly associated with that Discord is a rising tide lifts all ships. And that is the rising tide. And that's what we try to be for each other. So you're welcome to join the free side, and you can join the warm embrace of the paid side. So whichever your purpose is, Joe, you'll get some utility there. Be interested in other plays, Joe? I definitely urge you to take it up. I mean, the free side of Discord, there's zero cost to being there. The only thing you'll need to do is spend time, and in spending that time, you will benefit. Definitely, you will benefit. Of course, it's true to say that anyone who's new to trading or new to other stocks will benefit a lot more from learning how to trade, and I would urge you to seek that goal and have a strategic plan for how you're going to approach not just price, but your portfolio and your journey as a trader. And having seen you here and asking that genuine question, and you saying where you're at in your journey now, it's my goal and it's Rocky's goal to see you do better, and we'll have our way of taking you there. That doesn't mean that you don't have to do the work though. And we would very much advise you to focus on the lessons so that you're able to have a skill for life. Your job as a trader isn't to look to the P&L, and you can't measure the success of your efforts as a trader in P&L. You can take a snapshot of it at any given time, but your account won't reflect the pace of learning, especially in the first couple of years as a trader. I definitely urge you to have a paper account, to get on the free side of Discord at the very least, and to focus on the process and an iterative strategy that you can improve on over time, so that you'll always have that skill for life, and a skill for life that can make you money. That means you don't need a boss. Means that you can be doing something that gets easier and easier and easier, whereas having a job and having a boss gets harder and harder and harder. The more you age, the less you want some dickhead telling you what to do, and the more chance that someone younger, stupider, and less competent than you will get that role. So it takes time to become a proficient trader, but the sooner you make that decision, the longer you'll benefit from it, and the more money you'll make as a trader. So I would urge everybody to join the free side of Discord. Everybody. It's not features, benefits, and all the rest of it. I probably could have sold it better, but Joe asked the question, so I answered it. There are traders on both the free side and the paid side that will support your learning. That's true story, and you'd be very welcome, Joe. Thanks for the knowledge. You're welcome, Nana. Trading bad will put you in therapy. Trading good will put you in therapy too. Trading good will put you in therapy too. Only you'll be able to afford it. You're welcome, Joe. Very much so. Right, it was great to see everybody. I think we covered a lot of different things. I appreciate all the questions that provided, an opportunity to give a good answer. Thanks for that link, Lisa. And we covered a lot of different things on price action together. Obviously, I thought there was a bit of a fanny in the chat box, and I was a little bit disappointed in the interactions there. But, I don't know. Maybe I misjudged those people interacting with them. And maybe you aren't looking for those shortcuts. Those dangerous, silly shortcuts. Maybe instead, you were just enjoying the banter and whatnot, which is hard to tell in text. So I obviously don't judge any of you guys, but I 100% judge that idiot. And yeah. take it easy. See you tomorrow. More of the same. Only we might see price moving in the other direction. If it does break down from here, then it will be a much more volatile move than we saw today, with a lot more activity. Oh, I forgot to cover LPSN in the clip. I'm so ridiculous. Eh? But we've got 2 meme videos today on LPSN. If you haven't seen them, you've got to check them out, by the way. They're incredible. I was about to get them to link to you, but now my... Hello? Oh, there it is. Haha, I can still link it to them. I'll send you on now because, you know, some people don't get the navigation on the old tubes, the old YouTubes. How many likes did we get? If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do hit it. It makes a difference to the old algorithm and whatnot. There's 2 parts to this. It's called LPSN Jeffrey. The reason for that becomes clear as soon as you start watching. And if you're interested in LPSN, definitely do check it out. It's well worth looking at. How do I put the redirect on? Somewhere in here, I know it is. Oh, I can't do it because the video's already come out. I'll just have to link to it in the chat box. In the chat box. In the chat box. There's a link. Check it out. You will enjoy it. There's also hints and tips in there for people who know how to look for them. So thanks, everybody. Loads. See you tomorrow. More of the same, only potentially bigger moves. I know that's a lot because we, you know, price action did move a lot today, especially if you were including the gap and whatnot, and the moves back up and the retracements away from it. So that's understandable. That's understandable. You'd be doubtful, but I suspect we're going to see big moves. Isn't typically you would see the biggest moves of the week on a Tuesday? It isn't. Tune in tomorrow and I'll tell you when you would though. See ya on the